Our epic campervan road trip in Spain begins. First, we're visiting Toledo in Castile, about an hour drive from Madrid, the city of three cultures. Then we're going south to Andalusia. First, we're going to visit Córdoba and its amazing mosque. Then Cádiz, Spain's little silver cup. Seville, the pearl and capital of Andalusia. Then further south, el Palmar de Vejer, and Tarifa, the southernmost point, where the Mediterranean and the Atlantic meet. After a much-needed campervan repair, the road will take us to Costa del Sol, the coast of the sun. Then inland to Ronda, Setenil de las Bodegas, and back to the coast at Nerja, before we go back inland towards Granada, one of the highlights of the trip. The Tabernas desert, where the spaghetti westerns were filmed. Santa Pola, Alicante, Benidorm, and finally, Valencia, another highlight, before driving back to Madrid to return the campervan. Now sit back and relax, because the entire 2024 campervan road trip in Spain is next.
I'm riding in my RV, wherever I want to be, 'cause I'm free in my RV, yeah.
Our van life adventures in Spain begin today. First, we have to pick up a rental campervan in the outskirts of Madrid, so we're taking a taxi to the rental depot. And for the next 3 weeks, we're going to be gallivanting the roads of southern Spain. This is so exciting! Well, here we are. Well, greetings from our camper van in Spain. We didn't get off exactly to a great start. I'll tell you all about it later, but let's just say that we are not entirely happy with this van. That being said, we're gonna make the best of it, and now we're going towards Toledo, so let's fuel up and continue. The rental depot is in this area among all these warehouses, which is actually good. I wouldn't want to be driving the camper van for the first time in central Madrid. Let's see if I can figure out the gas station. Next order of business, supermarket. We got our camper van, and it is a little bit of a clunker, but more about that later. Let's get some supplies. I'm sorry I haven't filmed much of the rental process, but this is real life, and to be honest, it wasn't the most pleasant experience. The van was filthy, and it still kind of is. They had to replace 2 of the screens that were broken, we had to go back to get a missing shower curtain, and the box screens for the sliding and back doors are long gone. But enough about that. The Fiat Ducato van seems to be mechanically sound, so it'll get us where we want to go, and we'll just have to deal with the issues as they come along. So as I said, enough about that. This video is about Toledo. We're so excited to try van life for the first time. Anyway, an hour later, here we are. These roundabouts can be an adventure unto themselves. The parking lot should be on the other end of this bridge. It is called Azarquiel parking lot, also Paseo de la Rosa parking, and I believe it is free, and within walking distance to the historic center of Toledo. It is pretty full, but one of the advantages of having a camper van is that you fit in most modern parking spaces. I see some RVs and camper vans parked here, so this is where I'm gonna back it in. I kind of miss having a backup camera. The Ducato is fairly basic when it comes to features like that. Well, as you probably can tell, we made it to Toledo, our first Toledo. In Spain, they pronounce it Toledo, of course. Our first stop here on our camper van tour. We're gonna be living in a van by the river. This is just a parking lot. I believe it is free, right here, and very close to the old town. And yeah, I mean, so far so good. We were able to drive no problem. But as you can see, I mean, it's not the best kept camper van here. You can tell it's been through a lot, and it wasn't the cleanest inside when we got it. But well, by the time you watch this video, you probably already saw the house tour of the van. But yeah, we have to do one of those. All right, we're gonna get everything ready inside, our bedding, our all that stuff, and then it's we still have like 3 hours of daylight, so we might go into Toledo for a nightcap. See you then. All right. Let's go into town. There we are, on Campervan Road.
This parking lot is actually very convenient. There it is, perched on top of a hill, the town of Toledo, known as the city of three cultures, having been influenced by Christians, Muslims, and Jews. Over the past 2,000 years, it's been a Roman municipium, the capital of the Visigoth kingdom, and the major city in Al-Andalus and the Kingdom of Castile. Suffice to say, there's a lot of history here, among all these old stones. This, for example, is the Alcantara Bridge. It dates back to Roman times. The word Alcantara meaning arch in Arabic. This gate, however, only dates back to 1721. Only. It looks like we're gonna have to redefine what old and new means when visiting ancient places like this, where so many cultures are intertwined. Here's looking back towards the San Servando Castle, formerly occupied by the Knights Templar. It is nowadays a hotel.
Remonte peatonal.
I think those are the escalators going up to the historic city center. By the way, great views as we start climbing to the top.
Well, I think we came in the wrong way. There's supposed to be these brand new escalators, but I mean, we came in through the picturesque bridge, right? They have all these miradores here, with spectacular views of the river. But I don't know, all the tour buses are down there, so I have a feeling that that's where the escalators are. Regardless, it's a steady climb. And we're only gonna be here for like 2 hours today, so.
We continue hiking up the hill, oblivious to the fact that we just passed one of the entrances to the escalators, as we'll later find out. In my defense, it looked like a parking garage. The views keep getting better and better. Commanding, I should say.
Look at all these alleyways, narrow alleyways everywhere.
It is like traveling back in time. And we must have taken a wrong turn somewhere because there's hardly anyone here. Some of these streets are so narrow, barely enough room for a car and a skinny pedestrian, perhaps.
Well, this is one very narrow street, let me tell you.
I can already tell this is going to be a charming town to explore.
But I'm in the mood for a caña. It's called the Buenaventura IPA, and of course they always serve you, almost always they serve you some food for free, included with your meal. Well, that was refreshing. Now we continue going up.
Oh, this is going to be such a cool town to explore and get lost in all these narrow alleyways. Of course, it is late. We're just getting the lay of the land here today, see what the town looks like. The real exploration will begin tomorrow. And to be honest, we just didn't want to stay in the van with no air conditioner. I can tell we're going to enjoy this tremendously. It is charmingly touristy, but it is also a real town where people actually live, where people have lived for many centuries, if not millennia. We're going to continue leisurely exploring as much as possible today with the light we have left, as the sun slowly goes down over the prairies of La Mancha. Everything is picture perfect. We're going to start walking towards the cathedral, getting lost in the maze of narrow streets.
Jamón.
There, I can already see the bell tower. We'll be there soon. There's a more direct route on this street, but we want to see the front first. Toledo has a sword-making tradition going back to Roman times, although nowadays they are mostly souvenirs. This is actually one of the walls of the cathedral. It is huge. And there it is, in all its glory. The striking 300-foot-tall bell tower, built between 1380 and 1440. Christopher Columbus hadn't even been born yet, and this tower was already standing here. Here's the Archbishop's Palace, City Hall, and the Cathedral, which we really hope we can visit and go inside tomorrow, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to. This is one of 3 13th century Gothic cathedrals in Spain, and it is considered one of the most important ones. Started in 1227, but not finished until 1493, 1 year after the discovery of America. That's 266 years. That's just mind-boggling, to begin building something so grand that it will not be completed for several generations. Here's a better view of the Archbishop's Palace. Alright, let's continue. That tower, by the way, the Church of San Miguel el Alto. The bell tower itself dating back to the 13th century. Look at that chandelier. It is definitely a different world here.
One here and one here. Which way shall we go?
We're just gonna let serendipity take a hand at the helm and explore and discover small, hidden, unnamed squares like this one. Almost every time you look up, you see another church, another bell tower.
As the bells indicate, it is 9 p.m. So we're gonna start heading back. Maybe we can catch the sunset from the bridge, and then for whom the bell tolls. Anyway, tomorrow we'll come back in the morning. It's a cacophony of bells. Really?
Yeah, I almost got ran over.
Some old stuff.
It is quite something to hear all the bells in the city tolling at the same time. Here's the Church of the Jesuits, and I believe you can go all the way to the top of the bell tower for a commanding view, so we might do that tomorrow. It is such a photogenic city. Everywhere you look, there is something worth pointing the camera at. The sounds, the smells. It is really something else to experience it in person.
It's interesting because I've been to Toledo, Ohio.
Here we have some apartments for sale or rent. I don't know. As charming as it is, I don't know if I want to live in such a touristy town. And we're back where we were before, Plaza Zocodover, as we slowly work our way back to the Alcántara Bridge and to our yet-to-be-named campervan. Here's also the Alcázar. I hadn't noticed it before. We'll be going there tomorrow for sure as well.
Cervantes.
Oh, it is golden hour over the Tagus River, Rio Tajo. And that's all we're going to do today in Toledo. See you tomorrow. We actually bought a mocha pot in Madrid, so the next person who gets the camper van will get lucky.
Well, we spent our first night in the camper van, our first full day of camper van life. Now we're gonna go into Toledo once again. By the way, I'm glad we got here yesterday when we did, because right now the parking lot is packed, completely full. I mean, even that car, that's not a parking space. So we wouldn't have been able to park here with the camper van at all.
Impeccable timing, if I may say so myself.
There we are.
Yeah, that's the van. But check out this great view of Toledo. We didn't see this view yesterday. Well, that's because today we're walking on the newer bridge, and hopefully we can find those escalators. There we can see the Alcántara Bridge that we walked on yesterday, and the Alcázar, towering over the city.
Well, today we're going across there's no right or wrong. That was the old bridge. We're going across the new bridge, because I think this is where the escalators are. So they have new escalators now that you can take a look at that view. That's amazing. Yep. It's gonna be crowded today in Toledo.
We'll just brave the crowds and join the hordes of tourists. I mean, we can't complain. We're tourists ourselves.
Some ruins.
But everything has survived the passage of time in a pristine fashion.
Now we're gonna see if we can go up. There seems to be a line. Apparently these are the ruins of the San Pablo convent. The more you know.
We found the escalators.
Actually, yesterday we were right here. We were walking through here and we just didn't realize that the escalator was right there. Yeah, I think we walked through here. Just better lighting today. That is the other parking lot where we could have parked, but anyway.
We're going to keep going up, all the way to the top. It is a much easier way to get to the top.
And here we go, there's commanding view. Well, this is actually the spot we were yesterday, and I believe that building was closed. That's why we didn't know about the escalators. Well, let's explore the town. It's a beautiful morning here in Toledo. Maybe I should do that song, you know, in a bar in Toledo. We should go to a bar in Toledo. We continue towards Puerta del Sol. That's our first point of interest today. This must be ruins of some old fortification. Or maybe it's natural. What do you guys think?
Unlike the one in Madrid, Puerta del Sol here is actually a gate, built in the 14th century by the Knights Hospitaller. And it being the gate of the sun, it faces east.
If you happen to be standing right underneath it when they close it, that would not be a good thing.
Yeah, that looks painful. Here's the view from the western side.
Well, this right here is would have been the Toledo city walls, the murallas. And now we're gonna go in through another one of those gates, through the murallas, which is this, right here. Well, this is the mosque, La Mezquita del Cristo de la Luz, which is the mosque of the Christ of the Light.
This is the oldest surviving building in Toledo, dating back to the year 999 AD. That's over 1,000 years old. It is €4 to visit, or you can also purchase something called the Pulsera Turística for €12. This, by the way, was originally the Bab al-Mardam Mosque. It was converted into a Christian church in the 12th century. It is said to be inspired by the Córdoba Mosque, La Mezquita de Córdoba, in a much smaller scale, of course. Córdoba is next in our itinerary, so we'll be seeing the larger version soon. The Pulsera Turística I mentioned earlier, by the way, is a wristband that will give you access to this and 6 other monuments. But since we don't plan to visit all of them, we're going to be paying individually. Very interesting to see the juxtaposition of Christian and Muslim iconography. Now that we're back outside, we're going to explore the small garden. The garden with the view.
Hey, kitty kitty. Pretty commanding view, huh? The Black Cats of Toledo.
Toledo, I keep changing my pronunciation back and forth. This garden, by the way, a great respite from the hustle and bustle of this super touristy town. For good reason.
Alright, let's continue.
So many centuries of history here. And so close to Madrid. It has to be on the top of the list for so many people.
Well, you know how we usually see signs, telling you the vertical clearance? Well, here in Toledo we have horizontal clearance. You know, how wide is your vehicle, how wide the street is. Because as you saw yesterday, some of the streets are, I don't know how cars can go through some of them.
This is probably the narrow part that we're referring to. And not all of it is pristine. This building looks like it is about to crumble. Oh, that's where we were yesterday, the brewery. Let's have a late breakfast or early lunch at this point. We're having a caña, so I'll call it lunch. So typical in Spain. You have all the food right there on display.
Of course, in Spain, usually you get something free. With your beer. I really got the huevos rotos con morcilla, which is like sunny side up eggs with blood sausage, and I got the venao, which is deer, venison. Really good. But this bar, La Cuesta, I really liked it. It has that local vibe, you know. I mean, it can't possibly be. We're in the most touristy town in Spain, or one of them. But all the people in there seemed locals, and they all knew each other. Maybe in the afternoon it becomes more of a touristy place. But anyway, we're gonna continue. I mean, we've been through here before yesterday. I see the Starbucks, which is an abomination in a town like this, but We're going to the Alcázar.
And here in Toledo, you can buy a medieval armor, if you feel so inclined.
Oh, I need to get me one of this.
Well, yeah, Starbucks, McDonald's, just in case you get homesick. Oh, and Burger King too. You don't realize the global reach of these brands until you travel abroad. Oh, and Coca-Cola. Yeah.
Parrilla de carbón. Chuletón de ternera.
We just ate, but all these menus are already making me hungry. And notice everything has an English translation, not always entirely accurate. We're definitely in the touristic epicenter of town.
Busy, Toledo.
Lovely architecture here in Toledo. And this one has width and height.
Toledo Train Vision.
This huge building we've seen from afar is the Alcázar. Originally a Roman palace in the 3rd century, restored in the 1540s, severely damaged in the 1930s during the Spanish Civil War, and rebuilt by 1957. It nowadays houses the public library, but I think most people visit for the views. We definitely get commanding views from up here. That, of course, the cathedral's bell tower, towering over the city. On the right, the church with the 2 towers and a dome is the Church of the Jesuits, which we might visit later for another commanding view. Ooh, nice rooftop bar. And that's the church we're visiting soon. We can barely see it, but that's the Alcántara Bridge down there, and our parking lot.
Here we are. This is the terraza, as they call it, the terrace. And inside, I should have filmed it. It's just like a regular library.
This is called Patio de Armas, Parade Ground. And that's a statue of Emperor Carlos V, King of Spain at the time of the building's original construction.
The man from La Mancha. And we are in Castile-La Mancha here, so it makes total sense that they have statues of Don Quixote pretty much everywhere.
Someone actually lives here. If Madrid had a ham museum, here in La Mancha we have one dedicated to cheese.
Well, this is the Museum of Manchego cheese here, but it is closed Mondays and Tuesdays, and today is Tuesdays. Let's continue.
I'm kind of bummed out because a cheese tasting would have been great. Manchego cheese is one of my favorites.
There we go. These folks weren't here yesterday.
We're back at City Hall Square, where the cathedral is located. And this building is the Ayuntamiento, City Hall. Apparently, all these large figures are going to be part of a procession later today, a festivity called Corpus Christi.
I was tempted to go into the cathedral, see the inside, but first of all, it's a little on the pricey side. Second of all, I don't think they allow photography inside. And third, we're kind of pressed for time at this point. We're supposed to just do the morning here in Toledo, and it's what, like 2 p.m. now? Yeah, so in about an hour, we should be hitting the road. But it is a beautiful facade here, very Gothic, very... There's some kind of celebration going on this week.
So that's how they changed the light bulbs. Oh, the narrow streets of Toledo.
Check it out. This right here. This is supposed to be one of the narrowest streets here in Toledo. Yeah, you can barely fit a bicycle through there.
Here we are, Church of the Jesuits, San Ildefonso. It is supposed to be Toledo's most impressive Baroque temple. This one would have also been included had we gotten the €12 wristband. And in this one you can climb all the way up to the double bell tower for another commanding view of the city.
"131 steps.
Oh wow, look at that. What a great view of the nave from this higher perspective.
Commanding views in every direction. So, el monumento no se hace responsable de los objetos que puedan caer al tejado. So I gotta make sure I don't drop my camera anywhere. Commanding views.
Here's a great view of the Alcázar. Even though the Alcázar is higher, this is arguably better because you can't see the Alcázar from the Alcázar. And from here you can.
Well, definitely a commanding view of Toledo, our last commanding view here. I think we're gonna start heading back. I was hoping to go to the Jewish quarter, but I don't know if we're gonna have the time. Let's go back down. This was totally worth it. I mean, €4 just to come up here, not bad in this day and age.
We are now entering the Jewish quarter.
Well, I definitely have some long-lost relatives here in Toledo, for sure.
Oh, that is beautiful. This is the last thing we're going to visit.
From the 12th century.
This is the Santa Maria la Blanca Synagogue, which is also included in that tourist wristband I mentioned earlier. So after visiting 3 monuments, we have now spent the same amount of money as if we had bought the wristband. These white columns have been a symbol of the city for centuries. It is very well preserved, considering how old it is. It was actually rebuilt after a fire in 1250 and then converted into a church in the 15th century. According to the website, the architecture is a unique example of Mudéjar art in Toledo, fusing Muslim techniques with Castilian and Nasrid influences. At this point, I'm just gonna let the images speak for themselves as we enjoy and contemplate this amazing building.
Oh yeah, 12th century. It boggles the mind.
Is that Cervantes I see there?
Escuela de Arte. And I think this is all we're gonna do here in Toledo. Let's get back to the campervan.
Even though we didn't get to see everything the city has to offer, I think we covered a lot in less than 24 hours. I would have loved to see the inside of the cathedral, even if I couldn't show you. I would have loved to sample more of the local cuisine and just get lost in its narrow, winding streets. Toledo deserves perhaps 2 to 3 days, but let me tell you, the south is calling. Here's looking back into the city one last time. I don't know yet how we're gonna cope with the record high temperatures in a camper with no air conditioner, but one thing at a time. We now have a 3.5 hour, 350 kilometer drive to Córdoba, and we still need to find a place to empty the cassette toilet and park for the night.
Now that's it, for real. It is very hot today. But with that, we're saying goodbye to the great medieval town, city of Toledo, Spain. On to the next destination. And here we are. Home sweet home. Well, what can I say? Our campervan adventure continues. It is a hot one out there, so I don't know if we're gonna be able to survive today. It's 38 degrees Celsius, which I believe is about 100 in Fahrenheit or something like that.
The Fiat Ducato is actually pretty fun to drive. Great visibility, and I'm kind of enjoying driving manual for a change. This road has several pullouts where you can get some great views of Toledo across the Tagus River, Rio Tajo in Spanish, the longest one in Spain. Yeah, this pullout doesn't seem to be big enough. I don't know what I was thinking. I definitely underestimated the length of the van because I have almost half of it sticking out. It is not nearly as compact as I thought. Here, this will definitely work. What a great view of the city across the river.
We got a tour bus right now, but up until now we've had this mirador with this vista point all to ourselves. Everybody is at the other one, but yeah, I keep saying goodbye to Toledo. It's one of those like you know, you can't just leave and say goodbye. Beautiful town. This is the Ruta de Don Quixote, so it's the road of Don Quixote. And here we have a map of the city. Not for real. Córdoba awaits.
Caravana, voy donde me dé la gana, porque soy libre en mi caravana. Si ando, voy viajando en mi autocaravana, caravana, voy donde me dé la gana, porque soy libre en mi caravana. Yeah. Now tell me this is not a scene right out of Don Quixote. A hilltop medieval castle and all these windmills. It is so surreal to be here. Let's take a break.
Well, coffee time. How does it work? Yeah, you have to push it first. Eventually, it lights up. Yep. Coffee break in the RV. Ooh, it's hot. Anyway, our first time at a Spanish rest area, and I don't know if I'm supposed to, since I'm a van, I don't know if I'm supposed to camp here with the caravans or over there with they're calling turismos. So I'm assuming it's passenger vehicles. So, I guess tourists. Anyway, 2.5 hours from Córdoba, and hopefully we can find parking because we are like Anthony Bourdain, no reservations.
I think I may have made the wrong turn at one of those roundabouts.
I don't know, something tells me we took a wrong turn looking for this rest area. It's all part of the adventure.
Let's clean the windshield because we've killed more than our fair share of Spanish bugs. we're finally arriving in Córdoba. It is almost time for sunset. About 4 hours travel time after all was said and done. I think we found a place to stay. There are no hookups of any kind, but I don't think we really need any hookups. House battery is fully charged from driving, and we don't have air conditioner anyway. We just need to dump the cassette toilet, which is slowly filling up with water, and at this point we haven't really figured out yet what it is.
Riding my RV.
Voy a ver qué dice. Identificando matrícula. Pulsa el botón, aproxime ticket o tarjeta. Yo llego de aquí a allá. Ya me bajamos.
I forgot I was driving stick. This is it. I guess we can park anywhere and we'll get charged when we exit.
Well, this will be home for the night. Right here. This is called Área de Autocaravanas, Córdoba. We're in Córdoba, and very historic city. I've been here before, but many years ago. And this one has I think it's like 20 euro per night or something like that. As you can see, it's almost empty. I mean, it's 5 of us, so there's one back there in the back. And good thing, I mean, for an extra fee, of course. I don't damn you for everything, but and we need to get some change. They have to dump your cassette toilet and to dump your fresh water, your gray water, and they have a fresh water fill. I don't know exactly. Let me show you. I don't know exactly how everything works, but we'll figure it out. That's what we're here. That's what we're doing this for, right? To figure things out, how things are done in different parts of the world. And really excited to start exploring Córdoba tomorrow. I mean, we're supposed to be like very close to the historic area. Here we go. This is it. I presume this is where you dump your cassette. I mean, it's you see it. It's not a hose or anything like that. And then non-potable water if you want to rinse the cassette toilet. This is the potable water. I believe they let you charge also for a couple, I don't know for how long. And instructions, here we go. And here's where you would dump the gray water. You just park on top of this and release the valve. I'll show you all that tomorrow. I mean, we may have to do the cassette toilet tonight. It's getting pretty full. So let's see. Or first thing in the morning. What we're gonna do, we're probably gonna go out to eat and try to get some change. Well, good morning. As you can see, common sense, or lack thereof, is a global thing. Whole parking lot empty, and it parks right next to us.
The RV parking lot is just across the street from the historic center of the city, where most of our points of interest are.
And there we go, Mezquita, Catedral, 10 minutes, Alcázar, 6 minutes, San Basilio. Let's do it.
Let's walk through the 14th century Puerta de Sevilla, Seville Gate, into the old walled city, all painted in white. The main thing we want to see here is the Mosque Cathedral of Córdoba. And as it is the case with many of these popular attractions, you have to buy the tickets online, in advance, for a designated entry time, and luckily we were able to find some last minute. Our entry is at 10 a.m., so we have some time to kill before then. A good opportunity to get lost along all these quiet streets. When we were back in Madrid, I mentioned here nothing ever happens too early. And let me tell you, I think Andalusia may be even a little more laid back. They also have all these lovely interior patios and narrow streets. These are the royal stables. I believe sometimes they have equestrian shows. We are now approaching the Alcázar of the Christian monarchs, a palace dating back to the 1300s. It has beautiful terraced gardens, Roman mosaics, Gothic towers offering panoramic views, and it was here that Christopher Columbus originally presented his plans to Queen Isabella on May 1st, 1486, only to be rejected initially and eventually approved by King Ferdinand. I think we're going to save the Alcázar for last.
I just noticed the change in vegetation, We are now in the south, in Andalusia, and we have palm trees. Beautiful, beautiful. Is that a cypress, perhaps?
Trees are not my area of expertise, but I believe they are Mediterranean cypresses, also known as Italian cypresses. I wonder what this is.
It's a seminary.
There it is, the Mosque Cathedral of Córdoba. Built as a mosque between the 8th and 10th centuries, converted into a cathedral in the 13th century, when Córdoba was captured by the Christians during the Reconquista. What we will see inside, and the bell tower itself, are from the 16th century.
Oh, that's the back of the cathedral/mosque of Córdoba. But we did make a reservation for 10 a.m. It is 9:30, so let's see the Roman bridge first here, which it's safe to assume that these stones have been here for a few years. This is the Puerta del Puente, the bridge gate, the gate to the bridge, because the bridge is right there. We're gonna walk a little this way so we can see the bridge from the side here.
All modes of transportation here in Córdoba. Here's the Albolafia water wheel. Nobody knows how old it really is. It possibly dates back to Roman times. It was allegedly removed by Queen Isabella because she didn't like the noise. I guess peace and quiet was more important than running water. The Roman bridge here was originally built in the 1st century, but what we see today mostly dates back to the 8th century when it was rebuilt by the Arabs. Let's walk at least to the halfway point. Looking downstream on the Guadalquivir, we see the ruins of another mill. And we have a street musician. I've never heard the Macarena with an accordion. Here's a statue of Saint Archangel Raphael from 1651. On the other end, the Calahorra Tower.
Let's go back.
Here's a niche dedicated to Saint Asclepius and Saint Victoria. As we continue walking back to the old town with the accordion as background music. The Guadalquivir here, by the way, is the great river of Andalusia. It used to be navigable all the way up to Córdoba before they built all these weirs and water wheels. Nowadays, it is still navigable up to Seville, another great city we'll visit soon. Looking in every direction, we are surrounded by beautiful ancient structures, all 360 degrees of it. The building directly in front of us is the Episcopal Palace, the Bishopric of Córdoba. On the other side of the street, the pièce de résistance that we are visiting next. Take a look at the exquisite detail, the intricate patterns on this lavishly decorated wall, which has probably been there for over 1,000 years. It is hard to wrap your mind around how old all this really is. There's a very long line to go in, but it should go quickly since we have timed entry. I thought there was gonna be like security checkpoint, but no, you just walk in, which is kind of refreshing. As the legend goes, there may have been a Roman temple here dedicated to the god Janus, but there's no evidence of that. The only possible evidence is that of what archaeologists believe to have been a Visigothic church dedicated to Saint Vincent of Saragossa, which eventually had to be divided and shared between Christians and Muslims after the Arab conquest of this area in the early 8th century. Eventually, that church got too small for the growing Muslim population, which is what prompted the construction of the mosque. So, As the story goes, in the year 785 the church was demolished to make room for the Grand Mosque of Córdoba. Of course, there's no hard evidence of any of this, but it is the best account historians have been able to come up with. The mosque was significantly expanded over the following 200 years, and by 988, it was the largest mosque outside of the Abbasid Caliphate. Then came the Christians, but before we go into that, let's just walk around and admire this magnificent building. This niche in the wall is a mihrab. It is supposed to point to Mecca, but the thing is, the mosque itself was not built pointing to Mecca. Instead, it followed the existing grid of Roman Córdoba. Too late to rotate it after the fact. Anyway, this elaborate dome is part of a 10th century expansion. This is, perhaps, the most impressive part of the original mosque. Take a look at the intricate detail. And to think this part is over 1,000 years old. It's incredible. This is one of the most impressive historical sites we've ever visited. Now come the Christians. In 1286, Córdoba was conquered by King Ferdinand III of Castile as part of the Reconquista. You know, when Christians kicked the Muslims out of the Iberian Peninsula and repopulated the area. So what do you do with a huge empty mosque if you're a Christian at the time? Well, you turn it into a cathedral, of course. It began only with the installation of a small altar the same year of the conquest. It wasn't until the 14th and 15th centuries that any modifications were made. And then between the 16th and the 18th centuries, they really went to town, converting it into the majestic church it is today. Most significantly, this magnificent Renaissance nave, the Capilla Mayor, the main chapel.
Silence, please. Thank you.
That's incredible woodwork and incredibly well preserved. I am also most impressed by the organ. It would be great to hear it in person. The choir stalls, while beautiful, look a little bit uncomfortable. I don't know which part I find more impressive, if the mosque for its antiquity, or the cathedral for its opulence and many works of art. One final look at the lavish main chapel. What a feat of engineering, building this within the immense forest of columns of the mosque. Let's continue exploring. This place is so big, with so much to see, it is kind of overwhelming. There are altars all over the place, but it is also so great that they retained some of the original architecture of the building. I just love the juxtaposition of different styles from different eras and religions, all coexisting in one place. And that's kind of the way it was in Al-Andalus, this whole area controlled by the Muslims, which encompassed all of Portugal, most of Spain, and even extended to southern France. Apparently, Christians, Jews, and Muslims coexisted in relative peace. What a concept! This is the chapel of Saint Teresa. It is where the Qibla would have been. This is right next to the mihrab we saw earlier, and it is also supposed to be pointing towards Mecca. Here we have the processional custody from the early 16th century. So much opulence and wealth everywhere. So much gold. It is getting crowded in here. We keep going back and forth between Christian and Muslim areas. Some parts, like here, we have both. Just when you think you've seen everything, there's more and more. It is endless.
It is really overwhelming in here. It's because of the sheer size of the place, and you kind of get lost. You know, you don't know where you've seen. You don't know where you've been, and yeah, it's so great to be here. You know, the Visigoths, then the Muslims came, and then what do you do when you conquer a Muslim temple? You build a huge Catholic church inside, right? It's overwhelming. It's just too big.
I think we're lost. We're looking for the exit and can't find it.
No?
Oh, it must be this way.
We're looking for the exit, but this is like Hotel California or like a casino, you know. It's like you know how to get in, but you don't know how to get out. I mean, everywhere you look. I mean, you could spend a whole day here and not see everything. Found the exit. Let's go.
Fuera tienes un montón de tiendas. Exactamente. Y próximamente está alrededor.
Oh, what a beautiful day it is. And that's the line to go in now. The bell tower, by the way, is the original minaret from the mosque, embellished and reinforced over the years. It was completed in 1617.
Yeah, that's the Catholic temple. Yeah.
Let's continue exploring Córdoba. You take a look at the size of this door. Everywhere you look, there's a detail. An ornate painting, a relief. Here's one final look at the cathedral built in the middle of the mosque.
This is beautiful here. I think this is the Juderia, you know, the Jewish quarters.
Oh, we hadn't seen this. The very well-preserved Córdoba Jewish quarter has the traditional layout of a medieval Islamic city. It has two main streets surrounded by a labyrinth of smaller streets, many of them dead ends or narrow alleys. Not the best urban planning if you ask me, but the result is unbelievably charming. And the sheer amount of tourists seems to reinforce that.
Pastel cordobés.
Let's go back the same way we came and get lost in the aforementioned labyrinth of narrow streets and alleyways. And maybe find something to eat. I mean, there are plenty of options, but most places don't open this early. We do have a place in mind, but it isn't open yet. Which way to go? Which way to go? Mini, mini, mo. I keep running into these cows in Spain. They're everywhere.
Oh, hello. Do you happen to know any good restaurant that is open right now? Because this is the thing. We decided to skip breakfast and all the restaurants open at 12 or 1. So there's nothing open except like a gelateria, which we're not gonna have ice cream for breakfast, right?
All kinds of shops selling crafts, souvenirs, jewelry. We're not really going to buy anything, but it is good to browse and people watch.
Magnets.
We continue exploring the streets and squares of the Juderia. This building used to be a hospital, nowadays part of the university. And we thought the streets in Toledo were narrow. We are looking for a specific landmark, but we get easily distracted, like by this huge palm tree here in the middle of this small courtyard. Here's the Zoko, or souk, which is like a bazaar, and this one sells crafts. The gentleman playing the malagueña on the guitar is certainly a nice touch. Perhaps I'd like to see more live music like that around certain areas. I think this is the way. We're looking for the old synagogue, as you would have one in the Jewish quarters, right? Here it is. We found it. This was built in the years 1314 and 1315. As I read, it is a great example of Almudéjar architecture, given the Arab influence. It is supposed to be one of the best preserved from the medieval era. And yes, I can see the Arab influence in these patterns on the walls. It is quite beautiful. 700 years old, which is incredible. In 1492, the Jews were expelled after the Reconquista. So after that, the temple was used as a hospital, the St. Crispin Chapel, and even a school for children. It is so great that all these buildings have been preserved so well after so many years for us to explore. Let's continue. Next, we're going to visit Casa Andalusí, a typical 12th century house here within the walled city. As we cross the threshold of this painstakingly restored house, we're transported to a different era, a traditional Moorish home with this beautiful and pleasant courtyard. Let's see one of the rooms. Yeah, the phone ringing is certainly an anachronism here. It is lovely. If this is really the way it was, life probably wasn't so bad in old medieval Córdoba. We get a nice paper guide so we know what we're looking at. Let's see what this is. Oh, I guess this is the gift shop. I love seeing the globe depicting the known world at the time. I guess the second floor is off limits.
The second floor is not included, so let's continue.
Let me tell you, the background music and the sound of running water certainly add to the experience. Look at that tiny little book. Perhaps the Quran, I would assume. Let's step out into this courtyard. People were really into fountains around here, right? And the soothing sound of running water. This part here is the Museum of Paper. Apparently, these were the first machines for making paper to reach the Western world. Paper had been invented in China probably as far back as the 2nd century BC, and by the 8th century AD it had finally arrived to the Islamic world. And by the year 900, this great invention arrived in Europe. Here's the whole process illustrated, ending up with a sheet of paper. Now last, but not least, the basement. Wow, it is significantly cooler down here.
Very cool. I think this may have been worth the $4 that we paid. Just to see how, people used to live. So you guys are real, alive. Hello there. Are you bored?
This narrow alley must be the back of the house. Here we have some artifacts from the era, perhaps. Some pictures. And here we have some Arab manuscripts. Well, Bodega Guzman just opened, and it comes highly recommended, so let's get something typical to eat.
Well, this is called a finito, and it's their local wine, that they make it here. Not a taste I'm accustomed to, but it's not bad actually. Chorizo al vino and salmorejo. This is salmorejo, which is cold tomato cream with ham. What could possibly go wrong with that?
I'm not a fan. Check out this old bathroom. I haven't seen this in a long time. The tank is way up there, and you pull on a chain to flush.
Well, Bodega Guzman here, really cool, nice vibe, great service. That salmorejo, it may be an acquired taste, at least for me, but it wasn't bad. And the chorizo al vino with wine, very good too. So now we're gonna continue exploring Córdoba, or like Ricardo Montalban used to say, Córdoba.
And with that, we're going to exit the Juderia, the Jewish quarter, through the Almodóvar gate.
We are now outside the city walls. Take a look at this. Gardens right here.
Here's looking back one more time, through the Almodóvar gate, into the Jewish quarter. Going through that gate was like going through a portal, huh? All of a sudden, we are in the modern city. That was drastic. We're not hungry, but we're gonna go into Mercado Victoria for a refreshing beverage. This is pretty cool. I love these markets in Spain. So much good food, fresh seafood, typical Andalusian plates, Arab food. I really wish I had two stomachs, but it is still early in the trip and I'm sure we'll try some of this stuff before we go back. Mouth-watering everything in here. Well, almost everything.
That looks like gaja. Very refreshing.
Oh, look at those paellas. There's this outdoor area, but I guess it is too hot today.
That was very refreshing. Now we get to brave the heat again here in Córdoba. We're gonna go in the shade because it is hot.
We're going to start heading back towards the Alcázar, but taking a different route through Calle Concepción here, which definitely has a much more local vibe. I'm sure there are a few lost tourists like us among the locals, but it does feel like a totally different city. Here's the octagonal tower belonging to San Nicolás de la Villa parish. It seems like a very pleasant city, like to live in it, with this wide pedestrian area, Avenida del Gran Capitán, which I would translate as Avenue of the Great Captain. Here's looking in the opposite direction, at the narrow San Felipe Street. I mean, this is such a vibrant city. This is called Plaza de las Tendillas, Tendilla Square. And the good-looking building is the Union and Phoenix Building, with a statue of the phoenix bird on the top, spawning from the ashes. As we continue walking, we encounter the Roman Temple of Córdoba, which is temporarily closed, undergoing renovations. It is a very lengthy process of renovation, but at least we can see the Corinthian columns from outside. It possibly dates back to the second half of the 1st century, and it was discovered in the 1950s when they were expanding the City Hall building. I guess that's how it's going to look once they finish all the renovations. Maybe next time we come to Córdoba, it will be done. Empanadas. I'm telling you, I wish I was hungry. Who wants to buy a bullfighter's outfit? We're arriving at Plaza de la Corredera, Corredera Square, built in 1683. I find it to be kind of similar to Plaza Mayor in Madrid, but it feels much less touristy. It feels like all the tourists are by the Jewish quarter. And that is the Corredera Market.
Well, this was Plaza de la Corredera. This is kind of reminiscent of Plaza Mayor, a little bit. It's incredibly hot. We're gonna start heading back. I mean, we barely scratched the surface here in Córdoba, but I think we saw the main attraction, which is the mosque and cathedral. Now let's get down to the river.
It almost feels like we're back in the Jewish Quarter. We're certainly getting closer. This is called Plaza del Potro, Fall Square. And this is Fuente del Potro, Fall Fountain, hence the small galloping horse on top of it. Here, a column dedicated to Saint Raphael.
We're back on the shores of the Guadalquivir River, but I don't think we can see the Roman bridge from here. The Roman bridge from a different perspective.
We actually had to walk on the Miraflores Bridge to get this shot of almost the entire Roman bridge.
Something tells me we're back in the touristy part of town.
I guess the accordion guy took a break. It is a quiet, pleasant afternoon in Córdoba. And did I mention it's hot? I don't know what we're gonna do boondocking in a camper with no air conditioner. For now, let's just enjoy this view of the bridge in the afternoon light, and we'll worry about that later. There is one more thing I want to see, and that is the Alcázar. This would have been the western patio, also known as the ladies' patio. We can see several structures in ruins. Here's the drawing room and the hall of the mosaics. The room was originally built to be the Inquisition chapel, and nowadays it has all these 2nd and 3rd century Roman mosaics. Let's take a closer look at one of the mosaics. This one is from the 3rd century. Oh wow, take a look at this one. This one was actually found in 1959 under the Corredera Square. It dates back to the 2nd century. This one also dates back to the 2nd century. It's just amazing. Now let's go up to the tower. We must have made a wrong turn because we missed the Roman sarcophagus. This is the line to go up to the towers. Up the medieval stairs we go. I think we're almost there. Might as well go all the way to the top. This must be the Instagrammable spot. Oh yeah, we're not all that high, but take a look at this view of beautiful Córdoba. We made it to the top of one of the towers. Now let's go to the other one. Sorry to burst your bubble, but the other tower is not open to the public.
Now let's climb that second tower, and I think this is the last thing we're going to do here in Córdoba. It is like 100 degrees. It's like 96, I think in Celsius it's like 41 or 42. It's very hot.
And you know I'm from Florida. I know all about hot. So when I say it's hot, it's because it really is. There's no access here. This one is closed too. Guess this is as far as we can go.
I guess this other tower is closed, so we're just gonna go back down, try to find some water, because we're kind of dehydrated here in this heat. We might have to go to a hotel tonight.
Now let's go see the gardens. Is that fish trying to tell me something? I like the pattern with all these little stones.
Roman columns, solid marble.
This is called Paseo de los Reyes, and there are statues of several kings. The one at the end, that of Christopher Columbus with Ferdinand and Isabella.
Well, we could spend all day here exploring every nook and cranny, but the reality is, it's way too hot. Maybe we should come back in winter time. Let's get back to the RV, to the camper van.
We are actually taking the quickest way back. It is 44 degrees Celsius, which is about 111 Fahrenheit. No wonder.
It is 44 degrees Celsius, which I'm pretty sure is way over 100 in Fahrenheit. So we are not gonna go to Seville. It's gonna be even hotter tomorrow in Seville, and nope, not in the mood. It's almost 10 degrees cooler on the coast in Cádiz. So we went to Cádiz. Just because. Yeah, either that or go to a hotel. And I'd rather not go to a hotel. So we're gonna dump the grey water, fill up our fresh for a whole €2 that we have to pay there at the machine. We dumped our cassette toilet yesterday. Sorry I didn't show you. You probably didn't want to see it actually. But it was it was dark. It was at night. But we had to do it. It was full. So without further ado, away we go. So this is how you dump the grey water here in Europe. I think so. I think you're supposed to just go like, and something was supposed to happen there. There we go. So So this is the hose they gave us for the fresh water. Not in the greatest condition, but hopefully there's no holes in it. Let's pay our €2 and see if it works. Oh, this is we need the key for the water. It doesn't smell very good here, because that down there, that's where you dump your cassette. Same place. That's not good. The quick connect was too quick to disconnect. Hopefully let's untangle all this. There. €2. Push. Okay. They gave us a bad hose.
One more thing to add to the list of bad things they gave us with the van. Can't make this stuff up.
Yeah. 23.70. The rate is gonna be 23.70 for our almost 24 hours here, so that's gonna do it. Tap to pay. And now it's gonna print. I guess I scanned this at the exit. Yeah. All right, let's get out of here. Well, there's always a wee bit left. Well, for 23.70 for a day, they probably should include the water. I mean, €2 for 100 liters. I guess they got a nickel and dime you, right, for everything. Alright, we're gonna make a stop along the way to put gas, diesel, and get some water and supplies and whatnot. And maybe we can get a new hose.
Aproxima tickets. Ya.
Let me tell you the story with this camper van, and you have probably noticed, and I'll do a full tour maybe when we get to Cádiz, maybe before the end of the trip, right? And one thing hasn't gone according to plan, and that's the weather. Too good weather, perhaps. I mean, it's been much hotter than we were expecting. So yeah, today I was on the verge like this of getting a hotel room and just, you know, for a couple of nights. But the camper van is an old clunker. I mean, it's got 78,000 kilometers, which is what, like 50,000 miles. For a diesel engine, that should be nothing. But you can tell that it's been rented for a while, you know. It's got a 12-volt refrigerator that will drain the battery within a day if you put it at a temperature that will cool it off. And well, I just show, you know, everything is like run down. The hose that they gave us, it's like it has a leak in the quick connect. I don't know. Also, I'm getting a warning light for the chassis battery, so I haven't, you know, hopefully it'll last the 3 weeks that we're gonna have this camper van. But if anything, I really hope they have like emergency roadside assistance. If you leave the water pump on, which right now it's not on, the toilet slowly fills up, which is there's gotta be a leak there somewhere too. When you fill up the water, it's leaking too. I mean, I don't know. There's a bunch of. I mean, there's nothing technically wrong with it except the fact that it's filthy. They gave it to us filthy, dirty, like. I don't know. I don't know if I would recommend indie campers in Spain at this point, but we'll see. They might redeem themselves. There was only one guy, it seemed like the manager there, that was super helpful, and he cleaned as much as he could, and you know, and gave us a brand new shower curtain and all that. But I'll keep you posted. But right now, our main concern is the heat. That's why we're switching gears, changing plans, and we're going to the Mediterranean, where it is 10 degrees Celsius cooler than England. And if we have to save Seville for a future trip, Sevilla, we will, but we'll try to make it back to Sevilla when it's supposed to cool down this weekend or next week. That's why we only have a few reservations here and there. Alright, keeping with the... I don't want to sound too negative, but something else we've learned. I don't think I like having a wet bath. I don't think I ever want to have a wet bath. What do you guys think? Have you had any experience with a wet bath? But that's another one of those that we had never experienced before. And I don't think we're camper van people in that sense. I think we are small class C people. We still want a dry bath, even if it's tiny. What do you guys think? Like I said, toilets, it'll be another episode of traveling rubber rants. Another rant. It's not that bad.
That looks like that solar power plant they have in California by the Nevada border in the Mojave Desert.
Alright, on a positive note, the Fiat Ducato is kind of fun to drive, even though it's the steering has a little bit of a play to it. It's fun to drive. There's a pep to it, and I love this higher sitting position that you have on the Ducato. It's very comfortable. And fuel economy, I haven't really. Let me see if I can see it. Fuel economy, average consumption, 11.9 liters per 100 kilometers. I don't know if that's good or bad. It feels good. I mean, we drove from Madrid to Córdoba with less than half a tank. No, huge castle on top of that mountain. Alright, this is a great invention, European water bottles. When you open them, the cap stays attached. I think it's a great idea. Made a quick pit stop here. Ate some marzipan. We bought where did we buy that? In Córdoba. It's a thing. The nuns supposedly make it, and now we got an hour left.
I think it was in Toledo.
in Toledo? It was in Toledo. In a bar in Toledo, across from the depot. Never mind. Don't mind me. The heat is really messing with my brain.
And we've made it to Cádiz. Stopping at Seville first would have been a lot more efficient, but we need to cool down. Spend one night by the Med, and then we might go back inland.
Here we are. We've made it to Cádiz, Spain. Actually, went to the supermarket, got some groceries, and we decided to move. This is arguably a much better spot. We're gonna be able to watch the sunsets right outside our window. The lady behind us wasn't too thrilled that we obstructed a little bit of her view, but we asked for permission and they gave it to us. So some people talk about living in a van by the river. Today we're living in a van by the ocean, by the Atlantic Ocean. Miami, just 3,000-4,000 miles that way.
It is actually a little over 4,000 miles, and yeah, the German lady behind us was really pissed off. After a couple of hot, uncomfortable nights in the campervan, it is so cool, in more than one way, to be enjoying the ocean breeze and the outstanding Atlantic sunset we're about to witness. So we open a bottle of Spanish wine to celebrate. What we see in the distance is the San Sebastian Castle, which seems to be closed, but we're still gonna try and explore tomorrow. The lighthouse, Faro de San Sebastián, San Sebastian Light. There seems to be some kind of haze in the air, actually probably sand coming from the Sahara, but it makes for some spectacular sunsets. I'm telling you, in this trip, the lows have been low, but the highs are spectacularly high. And this is probably our first real high when it comes to van life. Being able to park by the ocean and experience this sunset is certainly special. Tomorrow we'll explore Cádiz. It's a brand new day, and we've got so much better visibility. I believe that is the town of Rota across the bay.
So good morning. Quite a bit of turnover here at the parking lot, and as you can see, we have a twin parked next to us, and a pop-up, all kinds of different RVs. Beautiful morning here on the Atlantic Ocean. Let's explore Cádiz a little bit, although we're kind of late. Everything takes longer in the camper van, let's just put it that way. Gorgeous morning. Well, this is what we're gonna do first. This is the Playa de la Caleta, the beach of Caleta. Very cute, very, very picturesque. And the plan is to just walk along, the shoreline. And by the way, very cool to have tables, so you can play like chess, or other, table games. And yeah, we've got about a probably 30-minute walk to the farthest point, but we're gonna stop along the way. There's a lot to see. We probably have about 4 to 5 hours to explore Cádiz. And by the way, it's early, but at around 11 a.m., I think everything is gonna start coming alive.
La Caleta doubled as a beach in Cuba, in a scene from the 2002 James Bond movie Die Another Day. And there are actually some similarities between Cádiz and Havana when it comes to geography and architecture. The historic La Palma Spa building we see here dates back to 1926, and it's had several roles along the decades, including that of becoming abandoned and almost demolished. It is currently under renovation.
Oh, there's another parking lot here. It says parking completo, so it may be full. But this one is also 24 hours, but it has a sign that says no caravans, no RVs. Balneario.
Yeah, this is that building from 1926. And as you may have noticed, this doesn't look at all like what we've seen of Spain so far. It almost looks tropical. Here's a bust dedicated to local musician Paco Alba, and we are now going to walk on the spit that goes to San Sebastian Castle. And here we have the Santa Catalina Castle, right next to our parking lot actually. Caleta's wide horseshoe-shaped beach is nestled between the two castles, Santa Catalina and San Sebastian. As I said, I believe the castle is closed, but we're going to walk as far as we can.
There's this little bridge coming up ahead that we can see it from the caravan parking, so I'm assuming that we might be able to see our camper van from here. We'll see. This is not the bridge we can see from the van.
I can see why they would use views of these forts for a movie set in Cuba. The architecture is very similar. Puerto Rico too. I mean, even the San Marcos Castle in St. Augustine, Florida has a similar look. This is as far as we can go, and there's our camper van.
That's it. Apparently there is some construction going on here at the fort, so it is closed. But it was still a very pleasant walk, and to be able to see what we saw from the RV.
It definitely has that Spanish fortification look. There's the Constitution Bridge we crossed coming into town.
And the rest of the city.
It is a fairly long spit to get to where we are. 2,000 feet or so. And there's again the La Palma Spa. And we're back.
Fernando Quiñones.
He was a famous writer, born in nearby Chiclana de la Frontera. Man, those seagulls really like to stand on Paco Alba's head.
Creador de la comparsa.
We can already see the cathedral in the distance. And that is the general area we're going to see first. Yes, Cádiz is one of those oceanfront cities with a seawall and so picturesque. And it feels kind of modern compared to other cities we've seen so far, which is odd considering this is one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in Western Europe. Founded by the Phoenicians as a trading post around the year 1100 BC. Its strategic location makes it the main harbor of mainland Spain, although I don't think we're going to visit that area.
Got a sense of humor.
Haha, someone painted that breakwater to look like a dice.
And here's the view looking back. Well, we're gonna go see the cathedral. It seems to have some kind of televised event inside the church. There's a bunch of screens inside that van with different cameras and whatnot, so we'll see it from outside. Perfect timing, huh?
Cambio de información lo pueden descargar.
Ooh, that's a nice rooftop swimming pool.
I know it's probably the touristy thing to do, but a refreshment right now would be great. Well, here we go, another Tinto de Verano.
Tinto de Verano means summer red, and it is basically cheap red wine with club soda. Very refreshing. Let's continue exploring, going from Cathedral Square to Arco de la Rosa, or Arch of the Rose. Originally part of the city walls from back in the 13th century. It looks like all the tourists are starting to wake up now. This is San Martin Square, and this building is the Admiral's Palace, but this is not where we're going. On our way, we stumble upon the Santa Cruz Church, which is the old cathedral. Yeah, lots of guided tours here, everywhere. The exterior looks pretty plain, so let's step inside the cathedral, built in 1263. After the city's conquest by King Alfonso X, although it had to be almost completely rebuilt by 1602 after a fire burned it to the ground. Since we couldn't get into the new cathedral, there was some kind of televised event going on. This is the next best thing. Even better is being older and more historic. Some of the imagery in that church, that will leave a lasting impression. Our next point of interest is even older. Yes, here we are, the Roman Theatre, or what's left of it. Here's what it would have looked like, and here's what it looks like today, as it has been partially excavated. It was only discovered as recently as 1980, but it is estimated the ruins date back to the 1st century BC. This may have been one of the largest theaters in the entire Roman Empire, with room for up to 10,000 spectators.
Can you imagine living here in this building built on top of the ruins of a Roman theater? That's incredible.
This is a whole other level of old here.
Well, this is probably the best view.
So many layers of buildings left by different civilizations of years past. It is fascinating. I bet you any of these cities we're visiting here in Spain, if you excavate enough, you will find ruins of a different city underneath, of a previous era. People have lived here for a very long time. There's a reason why we call it the Old World. This is the narrowest street in the city. It was discovered when they were excavating the theater. They call it Callejón del Duende, or Goblin Alley. I'll be honest, it's a little bit of sensory overload here. All the people, and something smells good. You know, this whole area of Spain is famous for the seafood, particularly bluefin tuna. Atún rojo, literally red tuna, as it is called in Spain. And we're getting hungry, so let's try the local gastronomy. Let's check out Freiduría Las Flores. We start as usual with a caña. These restaurants called Freidurías specialize in fried fish, so we're getting the fried dogfish to start.
And this is a tortilla de camarones, which is a shrimp fritter. It's supposed to have like whole shrimps in the shell and everything. I like it.
Well, that was pretty good.
Oh yeah, we went into that place, Freiduría Las Flores. We watched a YouTube video and someone recommended it. And I wanted to try that shrimp. It's like a fritter, but it's like the whole shrimp, eyes and everything in there. But, I mean, it didn't really taste like anything. The fish, though, that cazón, was really good. And one thing to note about service in Spain, at least now here in the south, some people are super happy, super friendly. It's like your family, like they're like Norwegian euphoric type. And some people are really cranky and frustrated and like, I don't know, there's no happy medium. There's a market here that probably the second to last thing we're gonna do here in Cádiz.
This is Central Market. We're obviously not hungry anymore, but I'm curious to see what they have. The outside area is mostly prepared food and bread, sausages. Inside, it is more like a regular market, where locals would come to buy fresh produce, fruits and vegetables. Very cool to see vendors announcing their deals. This being southern Andalusia, there's a lot of fresh seafood. If we were cooking in the campervan, I would have bought some to try, but I don't really trust the pots and pans or the utensils that they gave us. Would you take a look at the size of that tuna, which apparently is in season? Something tells me we should have eaten here. It seems more authentic, less touristy. There are very few signs in English. You can tell some people are tourists, like us, but I see and hear a lot of Spanish spoken with Andalusian accent. Now let's go see all this from a higher perspective.
Well, let me tell you, that market looks pretty legit. Lots of fresh seafood. It's not like other markets we've seen that is more like prepared food. There's that too, but in the middle, a lot of fresh seafood. I was surprised and impressed.
I like Cádiz. It has a certain familiar character. There is one narrow street. Anyway, this is where we're going, the Tavira Tower. There's a camera obscura at the top that is supposed to be pretty cool, but you have to take a timed, guided tour for that. There's very limited capacity and, to be honest, I'm just here for the view.
We get going through here. This is the camera obscura, but this is limited, and you have to, get a timed ticket that I decided not to get. I just want to see it with my own eyes. Whew, and here we are.
A whopping 45 meters above sea level, yet high enough to get these amazing views. I mean, look at all the people on the beach. We're almost going to be able to see the whole town from here. There's the cathedral, of course. We can also see the market we just visited. Now that I think of it again, the city does bear sort of, a certain resemblance with my native Havana. I mean, Havana doesn't really have any beaches, but the architecture is very similar, and it does have a similar cathedral, similar forts, and even a lighthouse. Yes, we can see all the way to the San Sebastian Castle. This is the northern part of the city, which we are not going to be able to see. Why the rush, you might ask? And it is true, we don't really have any reservations. We can see whatever we get to see at our own pace. But at this point, we're really frustrated with the van. I'll tell you about it later. From this elevation, we can see very clearly the town of Rota across the bay. So much to see, so little time. We could spend months here and not see everything we want. Here's a thought. Let's spend a couple of months next time. Okay, I'm only gonna say it once.
Oh yeah, this is what I would call a commanding view of the city. There's the cathedral, there's more beaches back there. The whole area where we've been. The lighthouse and the castle. And then this other part of town that we haven't seen, and we're not gonna be able to, just because of the campervan, we're not boondocking ready for more than one night, and there are no campgrounds with electricity close to town. So this is all we're gonna be able to do here today. But we have not seen this part of town, looking, I would say, west or north, to the mainland. Love the blue color on the water. It's
what goes up must go down eventually.
A lot of people compare Cádiz with my native city of Plana, and I totally get a certain vibe. I mean, not exactly the same, but this looks a little bit like a well-kept old Havana, if you will. It's similar architecture, similar, old narrow streets, narrow sidewalks.
Check out this building. I think this is the back of the Great Falla Theater. And we're back by the coast. Here's a skateboarding park, and do you think this may have been part of a fort at some point? It does have the look. And this is such a pleasant area for a stroll. If it wasn't so darn hot. Lots of graffiti around here. I just don't see the point. This, by the way, Parque Genovese, Genoese Park. And we've got pigeons. Beautiful, lush vegetation. Beautiful manicured topiary. It looks very tropical. Anyway, let's get back to the camper van.
Wow, super low tide now. Check that out.
There's someone all the way out there. How did he get to the top of that rock?
Off we go. That was €14 and 40 cents for up to 24 hours. It seems reasonable. Dry camping here in the middle of town. I mean, oceanfront. What else could you ask for? I mean, this is a very narrow street to be two-way.
Before we say goodbye for real, let's drive around town a little bit. See the parts that we've missed. We're on an urgent mission though, so we won't linger around here for too long. I may regret doing this with the Fiat Ducato afterwards, but let's try and take the more scenic coastal route. I mean, some of these streets are pretty narrow. We definitely have to come back with more time because this is the thing. As I probably told you before, the cassette toilet keeps filling up with water and we don't know exactly what's causing it. In fact, right now it is completely full, so we're going to have to make an emergency dump somewhere. There's an RV parking area nearby that supposedly has services, so that's where we're going next. Check it out, there's RV parking right here. I mean, you probably have to get here super early or get super lucky, but there is. And this is the thing with this type of RVs. You don't really need a proper campground unless you want to stay for a few days and need power. There's no concept of full hookups here, so as long as you can find a place to empty your tank and cassette and fill up with potable water every couple of days and drive long enough to charge your battery, you don't really need to stay at a proper campground ever, really. Which is kind of how we did it in Finland a few years back. There are so many places where you can overnight here for little or no money. Here we are. This is called Área Caños de Meca. And we're going to see how much it is to empty the cassette. By the way, this is not the typical resort campground. This is more like a no-frills RV park, what they call here área de autocaravanas. Some of the sites have power, some are just a parking spot. They have bathrooms, sinks, laundry, and the place to empty and fill up your tanks, which is what we're looking for. I really tried to find someone or a way to pay, but there's no one at the office, and we're pretty desperate here, so I'm just gonna go for it. And if you ever watch this video, person in charge of Caños de Meca, sorry I didn't pay, please send me a bill and I'll be happy to pay you for emptying my toilet. Yep, it was completely full. I am a much happier camper now.
It's a crappy job, but someone's gotta do it.
Cool coastal town here. We must visit sometime. Okay, let's park here real quick and regroup.
Well, counterintuitively, we're going back to Seville. Well, we never went to Seville, we circumvented, but yeah, it feels wrong to come on this trip and not visit Seville. We're gonna spend a couple hours tonight and then tomorrow, most of the morning, early afternoon, see the main landmarks. It's gonna be 100 degrees Fahrenheit, which the one thing you can't control is the weather.
The faint mountains we see over the horizon, that's the north coast of Africa. Can't really see them, can you? So we found this parking lot here right next to the Santa Justa train station, meant mainly for motor coaches, but they also allow all kinds of oversized vehicles, like us. If you want to look it up, it is called Parking Autocares Santa Justa.
Well, in perhaps our most poorly planned day here in Spain so far, oddly enough, we ended up in Seville in Spanish. We're gonna stay here. It was like $20 per night, 21 or and change. And now we're gonna explore we have like 1 hour of daylight left, and then we'll continue exploring tomorrow.
Came to the train station to get an Uber because today, time is of the essence. Now we're going to perhaps the most internationally known landmark in this city.
I took our first Uber in Spain and it went without incident, which by the way, they have other apps here like Bolt and Cabify, but they wouldn't send us the text message. Anyway, the place we're visiting first, I'm sure all of you will recognize.
Here we are. We're almost there. This is of course Plaza de España, famous on its own right, but forever stamped in our pop culture consciousness as being the set for the planet Naboo in Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. It is a remarkable structure, built in 1928 for the Ibero-American Exposition of 1929.
Of course, this would have been the filming location for the Star Wars movie that we would all like to forget, The Phantom Menace. And of course, there's a lot of people here, but it was shot on this bridge right here. And then they would have walked on that section over there with all the columns, and we're going there now.
Yeah, that was kind of embarrassing, getting my Star Wars movies confused, but then again, I'm more of a Star Trek kind of guy. I hear music. Hey, what do you know? A free flamenco show. Let's get a little closer. This is probably my favorite style of flamenco, and such a great treat to get a show like this. Seville is, after all, the birthplace of this unique art form. Amazing.
Of course, it was also somewhere along this colonnade here that they shot another one of the scenes in the Star Wars Phantom Menace movie. Probably somewhere around here. I don't know. I would have to watch the YouTube video to know exactly, but this looks like the spot, kind of, sort of. Oviedo, and down there's a map of Oviedo.
Yes, there are these alcoves, each representing a Spanish province, and the bridges represent the 4 ancient kingdoms of Spain. Seeing this place in person is even better than I had imagined, and the flamenco show keeps on going as the icing on the cake. Let's see the view from the upper level. exquisite details on the tiles. And everywhere.
Let me tell you, this place has definitely exceeded my expectations. It's just the sheer size of it, it's incredible. As I was saying, the sheer size of it exceeds opulence. And then every detail, in every column, in every, even the railing here. It's like, each one is different. I mean, it's incredible.
Each alcove has a map of the province it represents, and the mural, coat of arms, these bookshelves. The more you look, the more details you see everywhere. It is such a remarkable structure, and fairly modern, less than 100 years old, in a country that has a history spanning so many centuries. I am so glad we decided to begin our Seville adventure right here, at Magic Golden Hour, and we're barely scratching the surface. This whole area is full of gardens, statues, so much to see. Here's the Lope de Vega Theater and the Portuguese Consulate. Maybe we can explore some of it tomorrow, but right now we're going to walk towards the historic city center as the sun slowly goes down. On the other side of the Palos de la Frontera street, the university. Palos de la Frontera happens to be the port Christopher Columbus sailed from in 1492. Changing the course of history forever. This building is the San Telmo Palace. This majestic building here is the Alfonso XIII Hotel, also built for the 1929 Ibero-American exhibition. Impeccably located right here on Paseo de Roma, very close to the Alcázar, right here on the edge of the historic city center. As we pass Hispalis Fountain, also built for the 1929 exhibition, we are now entering the historic center of Seville. I was somehow expecting it to be a little livelier. There it is, our first view of the cathedral, one of the largest churches in the world. Just as it was the case with the Córdoba Cathedral we saw a couple of days ago, this one also used to be a mosque. The Giralda Bell Tower used to be the minaret. This whole square is considered a UNESCO World Heritage Site, including the cathedral, the Alcázar Palace, and the Archivo de Indias, Archive of the Indies. It houses and displays documents of the Spanish Empire. Here's Puerta de León, Lion's Gate, the Royal Alcázar entry point, built in the 12th century. Of course, it is now too late to visit any of these places, but there's always tomorrow. Here's the Immaculate Conception Monument and the imposing cathedral, which we want to visit, but it requires buying tickets with a timed entry, and tomorrow is sold out, so we'll see. The view from up there must be spectacular. Here's another view of the Giralda. Now let's walk. Let's see what we discover along the way, and maybe find something to eat. I think we're getting to our destination. This is it. This monument is known as Setas de Sevilla, literally the mushrooms of Seville. The monument had a different name originally, but apparently no one called it that, so Setas it is. Cool, street musicians. The wooden structure has an archaeological museum, a rooftop walkway, and a 360-degree viewpoint. But we're not gonna do any of that. We're just going to admire it from down here and maybe go up the escalator, but that's all.
Que yo guardo tu sabor, pero tú llevas también sabor en mí.
It is very touristy, but I think this is going to be a good way to end our first evening here in Seville. We can see the Gibraltar all the way out there. Yeah, we walked about a kilometer to get from there to here. We decided to come into this restaurant called La Malvaloca. Probably the most expensive meal we've had in Spain up to this point, but we decided to splurge, and let me tell you, it was so worth it.
That was really good. Amazing. Now let's get an Uber back to the camper van.
Now that it is dark, we can see the light show so much better.
Good morning. Greetings from Seville. Let's see if we can take public transit to the center of town.
And here we are, at the bus stop. Check it out, we are by Plaza de España already.
We've made it to our destination. Public transit was a good experience. Friendly people, and now let's explore.
Yeah, a lady saw me with the camera and told us about some of the points of interest around here, like Torre del Oro, for example, the Tower of Gold. It was built in the 13th century. Besides its original purpose as a watchtower, it was also a prison during the Middle Ages. Since 1944, it's been a museum. It is said to get its name because of its golden reflection on the Guadalquivir River. It is important to note that after Columbus' discovery of America, most of the gold coming from the colonies came through here. This was the main port at the time, the Guadalquivir River being navigable up to this point, so there's another theory that the name came from the gold being stored in here, but apparently that one is not true, even though it seems more plausible. Just saying. That's a great view of the river. Too bad we can't get closer to the edge.
Oh, that was a little bit of a workout, but totally worth it. And there's a higher area. Let's see what the views are.
Great views from up here. Maybe we should get on a boat. Let's go back down and check out the museum. Here they have several displays depicting the role the tower and Seville itself has had throughout the different time periods, from being the capital of Al-Andalus to the Reconquista, to being the gateway to the New World, and all the way to contemporary times.
Model of the Santa Maria.
Can you imagine crossing the Atlantic on that thing? They have models of other ships, this being a maritime museum. Let's continue exploring before it gets too hot. There is so much to see here. This is the fourth largest metropolitan area in Spain, after Madrid, Barcelona, and Valencia, which we plan to visit as well. There seems to be a large ship from the age of exploration. Here's looking back at the Tower of Gold, and the great view across the river to the Triana Quarter. Well, the ship is none other than a replica of La Nao Victoria, Magellan's ship, the first one to sail around the world. Well, we gotta get down there and see it up close.
Oh, festival. Too bad we're not gonna be here tonight.
Nope, it is going to be too hot, and we really need a place with facilities like laundry and somewhere to empty the cassette toilet. Again, here we have the Plaza de Toros, the bull ring dating back to 1761, still being used for bullfighting to this day. Let's get a closer look at the Plaza de Toros. Apparently they do offer tours. Here's a statue of a bullfighter as we walk along the bank of the Guadalquivir. We're actually killing some time because we're getting on a boat here in about half an hour. Let's get down to the river. Lovely view of the Triana Quarter once again on the other side. Very historic neighborhood here. According to some accounts, the birthplace of flamenco music. We will visit later. Here we are, La Nao Victoria, commanded by Ferdinand Magellan, who sailed from here August 10th, 1519. Magellan, however, was killed in the Philippines, so his counterpart, Juan Sebastián de Elcano, returned the ship to Spain on September 6, 1522, after circumnavigating the world.
To think, Magellan, sailed around the world on a boat like this. It's mind-boggling, to our modern, minds, right? Without GPS, just having the stars and the sun to guide them, and we complain about the campervan. That must have been roughing it for real. All right, now we're gonna rough it at a cruise. Yeah, we bit the bait, and we're gonna go on a 1 hour cruise on the Guadalquivir River.
Yeah, this is our boat. It should be fun.
Luna del Guadalquivir. Mira, they have a snack bar.
Of course, we're going on the top deck.
Si costruì per difendere la Cina fino al 1900.
We're now going under the San Telmo Bridge, and there we can see the San Telmo Palace, originally a Baroque building from the 1600s, nowadays occupied by the government. The one with the tower was the Argentine Pavilion during the 1929 exhibition. In the distance, Puente de las Delicias, as we approach the port. And here we have the Cigarreras Garden, which is a fairly new project revitalizing the riverbank. And a closer look at the Argentine Pavilion. I don't know what her beef was, but she was not happy. And we have turned around. That would have been the Chilean Pavilion during the aforementioned exhibition, nowadays an art school, and all this area, by the way, part of the University of Seville. Triana Bridge is coming up, and the name of the river, Guadalquivir, comes, not surprisingly, from the Arab language, meaning Big River Valley. I believe that tower belongs to the Chapel of the Bullfighters. It is right next to the bull ring. This, by the way, is technically not the Guadalquivir itself, but a man-made channel. That would be the Chapel of the Virgin of Carmen, patron saint of the sea and the Spanish Navy. We're finally going under the Triana Bridge, inspired by the original Pont du Carrousel in Paris. The original in Paris is no longer standing, but this one remains. We're now approaching an area with many structures built for Expo 92, which was a big deal at the time. The round skyscraper is Seville Tower, which was kind of controversial when it was being built because of its height and it being so close to the Gibraltar. The aforementioned Expo 92 was a universal exhibition celebrating the 500th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's first trip to America. There we have an Ariane 4, a French rocket, on display here in front of the Pavilion of the Future. We can't barely see it behind the vegetation, but that's the Andalusian Contemporary Arts Center, where the Saint Mary of the Caves Monastery used to be. The structure we see is a concert venue currently closed. And people around here really like their graffiti, don't they? The rocket, the Pavilion of the Future, and an observation tower built for the exposition that hasn't worked in over 20 years. The whole area seems kind of abandoned, in disrepair, or deprioritized, as I've also heard it referred to. It's kind of sad that they can't maintain it, but what do I know? It is probably prohibitively expensive. Now approaching the Magic Island theme park, which, while looking kind of dated, it is still in operation. Some of that graffiti is quite elaborate, isn't it? That in the distance would be the Alamillo Bridge, which is a relatively early Santiago Calatrava design. And yeah, it was also built for Expo 92. The interesting-looking round building is the Triana Tower, a government building built during Expo 92, but amazingly enough, not for Expo 92. Here's another look at the Chapel of Carmen, which was built back in the 1920s. Well, that was definitely an hour well spent. I love being able to see the city from the water, especially one that I haven't really seen before. I mean, the last time I was here, it was just for a few hours, over 20 years ago. I think next, what we're going to do is go into this Triana Quarter and explore it a little bit. It seems to be quite lovely. Let's walk towards the San Telmo Bridge in order to cross to the other side.
Well, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go across the river towards Barrio de Triana, which is Triana Quarter, and see if we can find something to eat or drink, because what we really wanted to do today was to go inside the cathedral and the Alcázar of the, you know, the king and the queen, but we couldn't buy tickets. They were sold out. So very pleasant, the boat ride.
Here's another view, looking north. Northwest, rather, towards the area we navigated. And that's our boat, coming up with the next tour group. We're almost on the other side, at Barrio de Triana, the Triana Quarter, which historically had a large concentration of Romani people, formerly known as gypsies, and locally known as flamencos. And the rest is musical history. This Abades Triana looks pretty good, but I think we're going to go with Kiosco de las Flores. We'll start with the caña, of course.
Well, this is what I call a beer with a view. And we're gonna get salad, you know, something light. We might eat something else later in town. Saladilla de langostinos.
Yeah, it's like a shrimp salad. We continue walking along Betty Street, I believe it is called. And here we have a camper van, a little smaller than ours, parallel parked right here, presumably boondocking. It is too hot though. And they have these bicycles for rent.
Sevilla a tu ritmo.
Here, once again, we get some great views of the Triana Bridge from this side. It is such a picturesque neighborhood. Wouldn't it be cool to get lost among these narrow streets? Actually, let's do it. Let's see what's beyond the Riverwalk. This is called Plaza de Altozano, on this end of the Triana Bridge. I know, officially Isabel II Bridge, but apparently everybody calls it Puente de Triana. Here's a monument representing the flamenco art and its three branches, dancing, singing, and playing. Let's go into the market. I mean, we're not really hungry after that salad, but let's see what they have. The Triana market, by the way, built on top of the ruins of the San Jorge Castle. At one time, the headquarters and prison of the Spanish Inquisition. If these walls could talk. Check it out! Jamón! I love Iberian ham. Too bad we can't take any home. Here they have some ruins of what's left of the castle, and they even have an exhibit, but at this point, I'd just rather walk and explore, almost aimlessly.
The Inquisition Alley.
This is actually a surviving part of the castle. It is said that heretics would be walked down that path to their eventual demise. Here's a monument to potters and ceramists. And indeed, there are many places selling ceramic tiles, which is very typical of this area. Such a unique atmosphere around here as we walk along San Jacinto Street, right here at the heart of Triana. Rodrigo de Triana, Isn't that one of the guys who sailed with Columbus? Allegedly the first man in the expedition to see the New World. Anyway, this Baroque building is the San Jacinto Church, dating back to 1775. Not quite as narrow as in Toledo or Córdoba, but still pretty tight. Check it out! Taberna Miami.
Taberna Miami. Who would have thought?
From 1930. I could really go for a crema catalana ice cream right now, but no. Let's continue. We're gonna start heading back. And no, we're kind of not doing Seville any justice here.
Well, this is the thing. There's so many places to eat, drink, hang out. I kind of wish I had like 5 stomachs, 10 livers, and a couple of miles of intestine because, you know, I would like to try everything and, you know, there's only so much. By the way, beautiful Guadalquivir River. To this side, it's wonderful. And the other thing, I have found the camper van to be a little bit of an impediment in that sense, just because we don't have the boondocking capabilities. If we had a propane refrigerator, it would be a different story. We could boondock for 2 nights, maybe if it was colder. But yeah, we won't survive another night in here with the RV. And Seville, we have to come back, spend like we did in Madrid, spend 2 or 3 nights at an Airbnb and really explore every neighborhood and every church and eat all kinds of food and yeah. And that's all I gotta say about that. I think we're gonna see a couple more landmarks and hit the road, Jack.
Hey, by this time yesterday, we had almost dropped Seville entirely off the itinerary. Mainly because of the heat. We still made it and got to see a little bit. We'll be back one of these days. With a better RV, or maybe no RV at all. Yeah, I think our biggest impediment is the 12-volt refrigerator right now, which is killing the battery within 24 hours, even at the highest temperature setting. Had we had solar or more battery, it would be a totally different story. We can brave the heat, but not spoil the jamon. That would be a sin. Which goes to show, there's a place for the camper van. There's definitely a use, like where we're going next. We're going back to the coast to a proper RV park. But if you don't have a boondocking ready van or a proper campground nearby, perhaps it is just better to park it and find a hotel or an Airbnb, especially in a big city. And let me tell you, Seville definitely deserved a few days.
It was gorgeous, you know, not a cloud in the sky. The cathedral at the front is so large and is so close to other buildings that it is kind of hard to appreciate the sheer size of it. And by the way, they have a train here, the light rail. Maybe we should take it.
And with that, we are bidding farewell to Seville. For now. Even though we didn't get to see all that much, live to learn, right? That's why we're here. To learn and improve for the next time. Cooler weather and a better vehicle would have definitely helped.
Ando en mi autocaravana, voy donde me dé la gana, porque soy libre en mi caravana. Sí, ando, voy viajando en mi autocaravana, voy donde me dé la gana, porque soy libre en mi caravana, yeah.
Well, It is Friday. You can tell it is Friday. Traffic is much higher on the highway than it was during the week. I guess everybody's going out for the weekend. I'm really hoping we'll find the campground way down there, because they didn't take reservations at the one place that we called. We have a plan B and even a plan C. The plan C is not very appealing. That was the worst squeegee I've ever seen at a gas station.
We've been living in a van in Spain for almost 5 days, and it is now that for the first time we're going to a proper campground. You know, the ones where you have to show your passport, your license plate number, I mean the whole 9 yards. Very controlled, very regulated. We're staying at a small beach town called El Palmar de Vejer.
Well, first time we plugged into power, we were at this place called El Palmar. Kind of an ordeal to check in, but seems nice. They nickel and dime me for everything, so it ended up being like $42. And yeah, we really needed to plug in for power today because we're having the live stream. I need to, fully charge the laptop. The inverter that I bought in Finland 7 years ago hasn't really, lived up. I mean, it's worked, but yeah.
I think the problem may be more with the house battery on the van than the inverter itself. But I don't know. I don't think we have enough amps to power the computer.
Very nice, great ambience everywhere here at this beach. Isn't this nice?
What a great beach. If the water was a tad warmer perhaps, and if it was a little earlier maybe, I'd be tempted to jump in.
I finally get to dip my feet in the... Yeah, there's a reason why there's nobody swimming on the beach. The water is pretty cold, and I'm not gonna swim today. Maybe, it's... even though it's so hot outside, the water is still a little too cold for comfort. I could go in, but I mean, it's kind of late, and we want to enjoy some of the entertainment the area has to offer. So, and I bet you the sunset is going to be great here later today. Absolutely amazing.
Let's go for a walk. Here's an old watchtower. Yeah, we decided to start with a caña, a small light beer, and you always get something free. At the very least, olives. By the way, if you notice a difference in quality and style, for this evening stroll, I just took my phone. The whole coastal street is lined up with restaurants and shops, all next to each other. I mean, so many options. Such great ambience everywhere. It is hard to decide. Such a hidden gem, this town, and I'm sure there are many like it, only known by locals. And when I say locals, probably folks from southern Spain. I've heard this is also a great spot if you want to learn how to surf, being on the Atlantic. Kind of halfway between Cádiz and Tarifa. We decided to stop at this place called Habanita Terraza. And there's live music. That's always a good thing. Well, that's a great rendition of My Way, flamenco style. You know I'm an IPA guy, but Cruz Campo seems to be the beer of choice in southern Spain. I kind of like it. Sunset will be happening soon, and this is so great. I mean, some songs we know, some are totally new to us. Eventually, we come out to the beach to experience the sunset. And that chiringuito seems to be happening. Chiringuito, by the way, is what Spaniards call these casual beachfront bars. They are all over the coast, usually on the sand. And just like that, another day comes to an end. We ended up at this restaurant by the watchtower called, most appropriately, La Torre, the tower in Spanish. We tried tataki tuna for the first time and loved it. And then a delicious seafood plate, watching the light dissipate over the Atlantic Ocean.
Ooh, that was delicious.
And the town is happening. El Palmar de Vejer here, definitely a party town. Don't really know the song, but they really seem to like it. And it is right here next to the campground, so we'll have background music for sure tonight. Well, good night.
Well, good morning. It's laundry time. Here they are. They use tokens that cost $5, and the washer is in here. It does come with detergent already in and all that, so that's good.
Hard to figure out the settings when they have them covered, but it is their way.
Now onto the dryer. ¿Ya no?
No, todavía dice sí. Ahora.
Huh. That would have sucked. Guess you have to encender. Yep. And then inicio pausa. 2:30, dice. No puede ser. It says 2 hours and 30 minutes, which seems long, but then the timer on top says 1 hour and 30 minutes, so I don't know, we're gonna be stuck here for a while.
Maybe it is on eco mode or something.
Well, laundry is done, so it's time to go.
I don't think I have enough angle to get out this way. Oh, by all means, I can wait. I think I'm gonna go all the way around the campground, which, yeah, it's basically a parking lot with amenities. You saw the laundry, but it also has showers and a place to get potable water and empty your tanks, which, by the way, the toilet keeps leaking water and slowly filling up, so I don't know what we're gonna do. But it's starting to get a little more than annoying. Now, how do we open this gate? Getting close to it doesn't seem to work. It turns out there was a switch. The more you know, right? Learning how to RV overseas is definitely one of the purposes of this trip. And let me tell you, we're getting a crash course. Look at the color on the water. That is gorgeous. It turns out we only explored a very small fraction of the town. It doesn't really look it since there are no skyscrapers, but it is pretty massive. The whole waterfront is 2 miles long, a little over 3 kilometers. And this is where we turn. And here's the plan. We're going to try and hug the coast as much as possible to see what it looks like, then inland for a little bit on our way to Tarifa, the southernmost point on the Iberian Peninsula. Then through Algeciras to La Línea, because the idea is to cross tomorrow morning into Gibraltar. For now, enjoy the ride. It should be a scenic one. Here's another town which looks oddly familiar, and this one also has camping. Several campings. Camping and RVing seem to be very popular in Spain. So much to see and so little time, right? There are lighthouses and beaches, whitewashed towns. We're just doing the highlights, really. We're right next to the beach here. Too bad I didn't install a side camera to at least get some glimpses. And let me tell you, I would love to have unlimited time and explore every nook and cranny. And besides the limited time, short-term parking is also very limited in these small towns, even for a relatively small van like ours. I just realized we were here 2 days ago when we snuck into that RV park, not by choice, to do an emergency dump. And I remember these trees and the bike trail. We've definitely been through here. In fact, it was going down this hill that we saw the faint silhouette of the North African mountains. Today, a little too hazy to see. It was also around here that we parked and regrouped and decided to backtrack and visit Seville, even if it was too hot. Now we continue where we left off, descending onto a town called Barbate. Barbate here seems nice. Very windy today as we approach the Strait of Gibraltar, the boundary between the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. Very busy town, and I'm still not entirely used to the width of the van and sometimes the very narrow lanes and pedestrians everywhere. This coast kind of reminds me a little of the California Pacific coast. Here in Zahara de los Atunes is where we're going to take a more inland route, because guess what? There's no coastal highway. We'll be back on the coast soon enough. They must be generating a lot of electricity here, because it is definitely windy, and the hay bales are rectangular cubes. I like the fact that every town is different. And have you noticed something? No global brands, not even Spanish chains. No McDonald's or Starbucks, just a few local restaurants and bars. These palm trees also remind me a little of California, kind of like the Coachella Valley area. The similarities are uncanny. Now tell me this doesn't really look like the area around Mojave, California. I'm sorry to compare, but I'm getting California vibes all over the place. And now we have cylindrical hay bales. Here we are, arriving in Tarifa, the southernmost city of mainland Spain. And they do have Burger King. Once you get into the larger cities, you start seeing all these brands we are so familiar with. And one of these days, I'm gonna tell you how I feel about all these roundabouts. The word trepidation comes to mind. Check it out, they have glass-bottom boat tours, and presumably whale watching. Let's find parking first and then we'll figure out what we wanna do. There seems to be some parking on the street here, but let's see if we can find something closer to the city center. Some of these streets are a little too narrow for comfort, and some turns are kind of tight. Luckily, the Ducato has a great turning radius, very maneuverable for its size. Here on the right is the parking lot we were thinking of, but it says no vehicles longer than 5 meters. Well, we are 6 meters long, so there goes that plan. Besides, the parking lot is full. Now we must find the plan B. By the way, it seems to be a lovely town. Anyway, we found an área de autocaravanas, basically an RV parking. It is a little farther away, but still walking distance, so we plugged it into Google Maps. So let's see if we can find it. Google doesn't seem to work all that great here in Tarifa. I'm not gonna lie, it is a little stressful driving an unfamiliar vehicle in an unfamiliar city with narrow streets and not knowing 100% what the rules are, like who gets the right of way and all that. For example, is this a two-way street or is this guy coming the wrong way? Here's a parking lot, but it has a chain preventing anyone over 2 meters to park. I guess to deter campervans and RVs, and the street is blocked up ahead. That's the way Google wants me to go. We're gonna have to turn around somehow. Apparently it was indeed a two-way street. Let's see if we can find an alternate route to that RV parking, because Google seems bent on taking us through that blocked-off street. Meanwhile, we're getting the driving tour of the city. Many of these roundabouts have some kind of art in the middle. There's a lot of parking up here, but super off-level and kind of far from where we want to go. I mean, there are lots of RVs parked around here. At this point, I'm kind of looking at the map and trying to figure out the route on my own because Google is no help. It still wants me to make a U-turn and go the other way. And we've found it! This is it.
¿Cuánto cuesta esto? ¿Dice precio?
No.
Well, as you saw, not easy to navigate the streets of Tarifa, Spain here. This place is supposed to be $8 for 24 hours. We're only gonna spend like 2 or 3, maybe 4 tops. But there's no one at the office, so maybe we can pay when we return. I think we're gonna try and do that. And here they have the services too. There's I mean, it's locked right now, but they have a chemical toilet, empty, and water, and yeah, dump station, if you will. It says it here. Yeah, but then all the streets around us are full of you know, RVs parked on the side of the street. So I don't know if that's allowed or not, but just to be safe, we're gonna park it in there.
If we're gonna walk, might as well take the coastal trail, right? That's where we're going, the southernmost point. We should be able to see across the strait, but it is too hazy today.
Well, yeah, we're walking towards town. This, by the way, where we're going is the boundary between the Atlantic Ocean and the Mediterranean Sea. So we're going to be, technically from today on, we're going to be on the coast of the Mediterranean. And I was going to say something else, but I forgot. Oh, the RV parking, the caravan, they call it Zona para Autocaravanas. This one is a little farther away from the center of town, but it's a lovely walk here by the beach. Beautiful colors on the water. And I wish it was a clear day, because on a clear day you can clearly see the mountains of North Africa, of Morocco. There should be some, I mean, you can kind of see a hint behind that ship. Let me see if I can zoom in.
That seems to be a nice chiringuito out there on the sand. And what a view looking towards the Atlantic side. There seem to be a bunch of people kite surfing out there. That's gotta be a fun hobby or sport, I guess, which I bet requires a lot of skill. And here's another chiringuito. It's called Waikiki. It would seem people here prefer to dry their laundry the natural way.
Cool, La Furgo. It's a food truck.
Furgo, of course, short for furgoneta, the Spanish word for van. Let's try this one.
Well, that one was by reservation only, so let's check this one out.
We're having cañas, of course, so let's sample the local cuisine. Fried anchovies and the local delicacy called carrillada. It's pork chicks braised in red wine. It is incredibly moist. Oh, and fried tuna for a total of $21.40. That carrillada, oh my gosh. Anyway, here's the entrance to the port and the monument dedicated to the men of the sea. Check out this old castle, sitting up there, apparently in ruins.
Those ruins up there, they seem to be the Santa Catalina Castle. There's another chiringuito here. I mean, there's so much to see and do. Right now, we're going to the southernmost point in Spain.
It is so windy, we actually have to cover our ears. And we're getting blasted with sand and surf. It actually hurts. Here's looking back into town and look at all the sand blowing in the wind. Isn't this fun to watch?
But here we are at the very spot where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Mediterranean Sea. And yeah, it's very windy out here today. Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean.
When I posted this photo, there was some disagreement in the comments because how do you determine where the two bodies of water actually meet? An old acquaintance of ours who is a professor insisted the British enclave of Gibraltar was geographical dogma. But how about we make the whole Straits of Gibraltar like the neutral zone and leave it up to whomever you ask? So if you ask the Spaniards, it is Tarifa. If you ask the British, it is probably Gibraltar. While Moroccans are going to insist on somewhere just west of Ceuta, the Spanish enclave. If you ask me, I just love being here watching these folks do their thing. I just wish visibility was better so we could see the African continent, which is right there, barely 10 miles across the strait. It would definitely be more than visible on a clear day. Here's looking back towards Tarifa. I don't think we can go all the way to the end, but let's see what the sign says.
Oh, you have to reserve your visit.
It feels like everything these days requires a reservation. Kind of takes serendipity out of the equation.
Well, unfortunately, this was as far as we could go. Again, apparently you have to make a reservation, although that gate looks like it hasn't been opened for years. So, I don't know. Now we're gonna brave the high winds on the way back to Tarifa.
Here's another look at Tarifa, the Atlantic side. That is called Punta del Santo. It seems like another great place to get a view of Africa across the straits on a clear day. Here comes a huge cargo ship exiting the Mediterranean.
This side, the Mediterranean Sea.
Yeah, I'm getting old. I'm starting to repeat myself. Can you you see the faint silhouette of the African mountains in the distance.
Well, I think that's it for Tarifa for today. We're heading back to the RV park.
We're gonna see if we can pay whoever is in charge, and if not, continue towards Gibraltar. Oh, there's a wedding at the Chiringuito.
No, it is not Wynwood walls. It's Tarifa walls. Campervan. Pretty cool. I guess graffiti murals are totally a thing these days. No matter where you go in the world.
Interesting architecture. It almost looks like Pueblo revival, but painted in white. There he goes again. That's gotta be such a thrill. Next time we have to get one of these, a proper Class C. Hopefully with AC. Well, we couldn't find anybody or anywhere to pay, so we're going to continue. We're going to stop here briefly. This is called Mirador del Estrecho, Strait Viewpoint. Here's hoping for a good view.
Well, let's check out the view from up here.
Unfortunately, it is still cloudy and hazy, so the view is not as good as it could be.
Well, this behind me, the Straits of Gibraltar, the coast of Morocco, barely visible on the other side. And here we are looking south, the point where the Atlantic Ocean meets the Mediterranean. And once in a while, it becomes a little more visible, the coast over there, Morocco and Ceuta, somewhere.
It's starting to clear up a little bit, kind of, sort of, wishful thinking.
Very fast moving low-lying clouds here.
There it is. I believe that's Gibraltar in the distance. We are now entering Algeciras, as it is pronounced in Spanish. According to Catalonian singer-songwriter Joan Manuel Serrat, this would be the beginning of the Mediterranean, just to add to the debate. By the way, because of its geographical position, this is the largest port in Spain, primarily a transshipment port. We are basically driving around the Bay of Gibraltar, also known as Bay of Algeciras, towards a town called La Línea, Spanish for the line, and that's the Spanish town that borders Gibraltar. Ooh, check this out. What a lovely coastal town. And that view of the Gibraltar Rock. We have to be careful not to cross the border by mistake. We want to park on this side and cross on foot. And yes, this is one of those where you have to show your passport and all that rigmarole. Oh, I think this is it. This is gonna be €33 for 24 hours, which seems a little steep, but hey, we're right here.
Well, greetings from La Línea. We parked right here at this parking lot, which is right on the border with Gibraltar. Gibraltar is a British colony here, and we did a supermarket run real quick. There's a supermarket like, I don't know, half a kilometer away, and now we're gonna see there's a marina. There are things to explore here. Very convenient parking lot. Tomorrow morning we're going, I'll show you, into the rock, the Gibraltar rock, which, by the way, this right here, this is pretty much the border right there where that, tower is. So that's where we're going tomorrow. We're just gonna walk around a little bit here now. There it is, Gibraltar. That in the distance would be the port of Algeciras. Very photogenic with all that haze.
Crazy to think that's part of a whole other country. Different language, different money, different rules.
Very cool.
Let's go for a walk.
Oh yeah, this was the original parking lot I had selected on my map to park, but then I found that other one that is closer to the border. But in this one, they have a RV section, and apparently they also have like services like dump station and all that. Yeah, heading that way is very far actually. I'm glad we parked where we did. And this is the marina. We're gonna walk around a little bit, maybe have a tinto at the bar, maybe not, we'll see.
They have all these super cute houseboats here. They even have sun decks. Let me tell you, I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind at all spending a couple of nights in one of those. And this one looks like a party boat you could rent. More research shall go into this for a potential future trip. I just love it. I mean, a houseboat is basically a floating RV, right?
Actually, this is way nicer than where we are. The more you know.
Yeah, in hindsight, we should have probably stayed here.
All these are right here in front of the marina. And we're gonna enjoy a beautiful sunset over the Mediterranean now.
We ended up having a summer red tinto de verano at this place, but I didn't film it.
Boathouse Mediterranean. Hey, maybe next time, huh? What do you guys think? Free in my boathouse. Incredible. I wonder how much they are. With a view of the rock, of course. These look just like the palm trees near Slab City in California. Maybe they imported them from here. All right, let's go back. we're heading back to the parking lot. Even though everything seems hunky-dory right now, it is not. Our frustration with the van keeps growing exponentially. I'm going to contact support, but if I can't get that toilet fixed by tomorrow morning, I'm driving back to Madrid. I'm not kidding, even if I don't get a full refund. Our sanity and enjoyment of the trip is more important. For now, let's enjoy the sunset and sleep through another warm night. Hopefully, tomorrow we can still visit the rock. Well, good morning. I forgot to turn on the camera this morning because it's been upsetting, to say the least. We haven't talked much about it, but our cassette toilet has been leaking, so whenever the water pump is on, that cassette toilet starts filling up, the toilet bowl, and it's been a real problem. And now we were to fill up water, and our hose has the wrong thread. Maybe it is that particular place because it is so close to Gibraltar. Maybe it has the wrong thread. I don't know. But in any case, we're gonna go to a campground, try to fill up water, see if it holds, see if and we've been contacting indie campers, and we're just gonna show up at the Malaga location and see if they can do something about it. Let me backtrack and rewind here. This morning, the toilet bowl was once again full of water, and the cassette was once again full. So had we flushed, it would have overflowed, and it would have been a hot mess. So we actually had to take a plastic cup and empty it by hand. I'm not even kidding. Anyway, I was finally able to chat with Indie Campers customer support, and they said that we could go to the Malaga depot. That's 2 hours east of us, but at this point I just want to get this problem solved. I was able to make an emergency dump at the RV park we saw yesterday evening, but as I said, I couldn't fill up with water. Needless to say, we're not gonna be able to visit Gibraltar, but at least let me try to get some water at this nearby campground. After waiting for what felt like an eternity while the attendant chit-chatted with other customers, the perception of time here is totally different. It is their way. Anyway, water was only for campers actually staying there, so onward we go. Let's try to make a non-stop run to Malaga. At least it is a 4-lane highway in excellent condition. This is the A7, Autovía del Mediterráneo, or the Mediterranean Highway. It is, however, a toll road. It is actually a gorgeous drive. Here we go, our first stall in Spain. They do have an attendant in order to expedite things, but all he's doing is tapping our credit cards on the machine and give us our receipt. It seems unnecessary but very much appreciated on our first time. Now we know how to do it. Something tells me we must be getting close to the ritzy town of Marbella. Here's a perfect example of why sometimes that attendant is needed. Is it me, or are these stalls getting more expensive the farther we go? Even in our grouchy mood, we have to admit, it is a beautiful drive.
Here we are at the Malaga depot. If there is one person who deserves a raise in this entire organization, it's Rafa at the Malaga depot. He really tried to salvage whatever was left of Indie Camper's reputation at this point. And while he couldn't really diagnose the problem completely, he came up with a solution. While we drive to our next destination, let me tell you what he did. I mean, in my opinion, they should have given us a new camper, but apparently they didn't have any. So this is what he did. He unplugged the water line from the toilet and basically plugged it, disabled it. He put like a tourniquet kind of deal on the hose. But for the rest of the trip, we'll have to flush with the shower. That will work, I guess. He also noticed we had really low water pressure, so he replaced our pump, cleaned our faucets, and overall did everything he could with his limited resources to fix most of what was wrong with the camper. He really tried to make it right. I'm still reluctant to give this company my business ever again, but to Rafa in Malaga, thank you. You may have salvaged our trip. I feel like the real camper van trip begins now, on week 2. We're staying at this beach, Gualdalmar, I think it is called, kind of in between Malaga and Torremolinos, and there's a parking lot here. But first, let's see what else there is. Very nice, look at all these RVs parked here, and we've got all these chiringuitos by the beach. Yeah, we're gonna park right here.
Vamos a la playa. Which, by the way, this parking lot is $5 for passenger vehicles, $10 for RVs, and you can spend the night. We're probably not gonna stay overnight. We're gonna try to go a little closer to Malaga, but let's just take a walk around. We're famished. We haven't had anything to eat in the whole day, and it's 4 p.m.
So many options. Where shall we eat? And such a beautiful day too, right? This one, they are cooking the fish right here, but it is super busy.
Huge waves on the Atlantic today. Check it out, first truck camper I see in Europe.
This is actually the Mediterranean. I don't know why I keep getting them confused. I guess having been straddling both bodies of water over the past couple of days.
Let's find something to eat, maybe this place.
As I said, so many options. I guess all these can be considered chiringuitos, some a little more high-end, some more casual. I think we're going to eat here.
They're supposed to be the best croquettes in the world.
Cabao nice because sometimes you gotta splurge.
It is called a fideuà
with oxtail.
Rabo de toro. This is one of the most delicious things I've ever had.
We even have a live DJ.
Well, that dish we had, the fideuà. I don't know. It's like a paella, but made with noodles. And this one had oxtail, and it was delicious. One of the best things I've ever had. Well, maybe not, but it was delicious. We want to walk around the beach a little more and then...
I don't know, we may stay where we are, but we do have to make a grocery run at some point, which we're not really cooking in the van, but it would be nice to have some Iberian ham and other local delicacies to snack on. Nice condo here, by the way. And that's a big ferry out there, going to Melilla, the Spanish enclave in northern Africa. This is very nice. I like it. But for now, we're gonna get back to Clunker, do a van tour video, and then that grocery run. There's a little supermarket 3 kilometers away. I didn't realize I was going the wrong way. Luckily, it is not very busy. And I don't think I fit under that canopy. Yeah, we actually fit almost anywhere.
Oh, they don't have them chained here.
While we're at it, we're going to explore another area where we could possibly overnight. We are not at the most attractive parking lot right now. I mean, it'll work, but I want to explore other options. This one says prohibido acampar. I don't know if it is enforced, but I'd rather not risk it, so that settles it. Let's see what it looks like, but I think we're gonna go back to our parking lot, the one that we already paid 10 euro for. Check it out, the Class A, the first one we've seen in Spain. I don't know if I would like to maneuver that thing in these tight spaces. It is really busy out here, so even though we might be able to find a spot, I'm still kind of deterred by that camping prohibited sign, so we're going to go back to where we were, which, by the way, if we want to look it up on Google, it is called Aparcamiento Cizaña. 5 euro for passenger cars, 10 euro for RVs.
It's kind of dirty in this parking lot, but anyway, the gentleman who told us we could overnight here is no longer here, but I'm gonna risk it. Yeah, we're tired. Tomorrow we'll... Actually, right now, we're going to come up with a brand new plan, because this coming to Malaga early really threw off all of our plans. See you tomorrow. Well, good morning. It's another brand new day. I have no idea what day it is. It's Tuesday, I think. Or is it Monday? Monday. It's Monday. Anyway, a slight change of plans. We wanted to do this hike called Caminito del Rey, which is like the little road of the king, or whatever it's called. And this is the thing. It's you have to reserve it in advance, and they're sold out for the next 2 weeks. So no Caminito del Rey. So we're just gonna play by ear. You know, take the coastal route. We're gonna do kind of like a loop. I want to see the ritzy town called Marbella, and the mountain town called Ronda, and then we're gonna loop around back to Malaga, and we'll see. We might finally be able to use their equivalent of Harvest Hosts. So enjoy the ride.
This part of the beach is technically Torremolinos, the next city, and there is a lot of construction going on here. Here's looking towards the Med, and we're gonna try and stay on this coastal road as much as possible. Although at 30 kilometers per hour, we're not getting anywhere anytime soon.
All this side here, on the beach side, is full of chiringuitos, which are like this, you know, restaurants right on the sand there, you know, like beach clubs. Very cool. I didn't see anybody in the water, so the water is probably cold, but other than that...
The farthest west, or southwest rather, that we go, the more developed it seems to be. And this being a trip of discovery, we're not gonna spend a whole lot of time here. But I see ourselves coming back and actually enjoying the beach a little bit. And the food. We're going to take a more inland route. All these towns become increasingly mountainous as you get farther away from the coast. And some areas are very densely populated. It looks like they may be testing one of those low-emission zones, like they have in Madrid. If it looks like we're driving aimlessly, we kind of are. I mean, this is still Torremolinos, more like the downtown area. And I put a destination on the navigation, but I'm just going the way that I like. Actually looking for another coastal route. All these cities are kind of hard to navigate, let alone park with a camper van. I mean, there are parking garages, so if we had a smaller vehicle, I'm pretty sure we would be able to find something and explore on foot. Here's an underground garage. It doesn't say the vertical clearance, but I am sure it's going to be more than 275. I still don't regret the van experience, even if we had some problems. I mean, not having to live out of a suitcase, having your hotel room with you at all times, definitely has its benefits. We're now entering another city called Benalmádena. Perhaps a little less known than its neighbors Torremolinos and Fuengirola, but it seems to be very nice as well. There's a cable car that we want to take and some other attractions we won't be able to see. Here we are on the coastal route once again. This is called Antonio Machado Avenue. It is a beautiful coastal trail. Unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to stop or park anywhere nearby. Let's turn around and try and find parking, maybe on a side road, perhaps at higher elevation. What we're doing today, by the way, for the most part, not part of the original plan. We've been doing research on the go. I mean, last night we did some. I knew where we wanted to go, but not the specifics. And now, with our premature arrival in the Malaga area, we're improvising a brand new plan. That kind of gives us more chance to discover things serendipitously, kind of making up for all the things I wanted to do that require reservations way in advance. This is as high as we can go. Let's park and have lunch.
Well, this is how we do it. RV life at its best. We're having sandwiches on the side of the road, and this one has mortadella with olives and salchichon, which is like a salami, chorizo, and sheep cheese. Cheers.
All right, let's go find that cable car. Ooh, nice condos here on top of this hill. Oh, what a view! What a view across the Mediterranean. And from here we can also see the cable car. Yeah, whoever lives up here gets great views. A little far away from the beach, but hey, you can't have everything. Down and down we go. Not all the way down though. There seems to be parking here. I think we found the RV section.
Well, I found this public parking here, and I see a bunch of other RVs, so I'm assuming it's okay to park here. There's a lot of dog poop and, empty cans of beer. It's not the cleanest place, but
I just hope it is safe. By the way, we're right next to Tivoli World, one of those vintage theme parks that succumbed to the COVID pandemic.
well, we're at a town called Benalmádena, which is a mouthful. The cable car is not open yet, so we're gonna, wait maybe like 15 minutes we have to wait. Let's walk around town a little bit.
First thing I notice, many people on the street are speaking a language other than Spanish, which leads me to believe there may be a large expat community here. Or maybe they're just tourists. This neighborhood is called Arroyo de la Miel, Honey Creek. It seems to be a nice part of town. We have a tapas bar. This seems to be the back of the church, as we keep walking around the block, kind of killing some time before we can get on the cable car.
Now using the correct frame rate. If the video looks a little choppy sometimes, in order to film in the car, I've been going down to 25 frames per second so the camera doesn't overheat, and then I forget to put it back to 50. I am using the European standard of 50 and 25 so we don't get the flickering on the lights that we got the first day in Madrid. So it's gonna be interesting when I edit these videos. Very good vibe, this town.
Here's the Church of the Immaculate Conception. Let's see what a modern church looks like in Spain.
Entra y desconecta.
I didn't want to film too much in here, because it is not a touristy place. It is an actual house of worship where people come to pray, so I'd rather give them some privacy. Let's get on the cable car.
And it is now open. Taquillas, ticket office. Guess you buy it over there? Yeah. Let me show you this little VW bus. That is a frozen yogurt thingy. Let's get our tickets over here. Oh, it was $41.80 for both of us. Might be a little steep, but it includes the Birds of Prey exhibition. But here we are. Bye, everybody. Whoa. Accelerated. I mean, it feels very old, but I'm sure it's been running for many, many years, so I'm sure we're safe.
There it is, down there. The abandoned theme park, as we start gaining elevation. The car feels very dated. Not the clearest view out of these very worn-out tinted windows. It looks like an old Wild West town down there. Kind of sad to see a place like this falling into disrepair. The park was built back in 1972 by a Danish businessman, and it remained very popular until the 1990s, the beginning of the slow decline, the 2020 pandemic being the last nail in its coffin. Cable cars like this one can be a very good way to see the city from up above. Well, these people have no privacy whatsoever. I discovered the sunroof a little bit too late.
Hola, buenos días. Buenos días.
Yeah, what a great view it's going to be. And a couple of degrees cooler too.
I'd say that's a commanding view and a little cooler up here.
There are several trails up here, so let's walk around a little bit. First, we're going to do Mirador Sur, the south viewpoint. I wouldn't call it strenuous, but it is more than we've done since we arrived in Spain.
By the way, I did not bring my hiking shoes. They didn't fit in the carry-on, so we'll be extra careful.
What a great view looking southwest towards Fuengirola. This whole coast, by the way, Costa del Sol, literally the coast of the sun. And it goes pretty much from Gibraltar to a town called Nerja, which we'll visit later in our trip.
I bet you on a clear day you can see Africa over there. Which is a pretty clear day, but not clear enough. And here we have a shelter, so we can admire the views.
There's the Benalmádena Buddhist stupa, the tallest one of its kind in Europe. And there's the very developed coastline, all the way to Calaburras Light.
Well, even though we didn't get to do Gibraltar, or we're not gonna get to do El Caminito del Rey, I think this is a good consolation prize right here. Yeah. Sometimes it's better to do the less known attractions like this one. Yes. Yeah. I'm gonna try to go all the way to the top, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it yet.
We are parked somewhere down there in that wooded section, behind the Ferris wheel, but I could be wrong. It is actually kind of fun trying to locate the places we've been to from this higher perspective. For example, I think that's where we parked earlier today for lunch. Ooh, nice. And I imagine that's Malaga proper in the distance. We're gonna keep on going to the other viewpoint.
Alright, we're gonna do the Mirador Norte North panoramic site. And then we go back down.
This one is a little more strenuous when it comes to elevation gain. It is significantly steeper.
By the way, a little bit of a strenuous part back there. Some stairs. But, I mean, we only like 3,400 feet above sea level. So, I mean, that's the Mediterranean right there. I realized what I said couldn't possibly be right, so this is the actual elevation. 2359 feet. So, what is that in meters?
We've made it to the summit.
Oh yeah, this is the view to the north.
That's where we were before. And that seems to be a quarry as we look north. Similar views all around from a slightly different perspective.
think we've earned our tinto de verano today.
Now we have nowhere to go but down.
A little bit slippery on the way down.
Did I mention I didn't bring my hiking shoes on this trip? By the way, going down as usual, it is a lot more scenic, more dramatic. Those are some nice houses up on this hill.
Yeah, we have a sunroof.
Do you think they will ever reopen Tivoli World? Well, if you're watching this in the future, let me know if they did. It would be cool to come back and do a video.
And the food truck is now open. There it is, La Furgo. The clunker is here. Well, I really enjoyed that cable car tram ride, telesférico. And now, a lot of you have recommended this town called Mijas. So we're going to Mijas. Mija.
This is such a beautiful area. Mountains, palm trees, great beaches, good-looking cities. Going up into the mountains. Here we are, Mijas. I think they forgot to paint the center line. Lovely, super cute town. Parking might be a challenge though, especially with the camper van. Here, public parking on the left. Let's see. It is a garage, naturally, and it looks very tight. Yeah, clearance 206. There's no way. Let's try and turn around. This is stressing me out. Let's get out of here. Mijas, not very RV friendly as far as I can tell, but I would love to return one of these days with a passenger vehicle. Let's go down to Fuengirola. Alright, let's park and take a break. And there happen to be no flight restrictions here. And I did happen to get a new drone for this trip. That's the Sohail Castle, dating back to the 10th century. Although there is evidence something may have been there as far back as the Roman, even the Phoenicians. We're right by the mouth of the Fuengirola River. And what a beautiful area. I mean, all these beach towns, cities really, by the Mediterranean. Actually, one long uninterrupted city along this entire Costa del Sol.
A break here on this parking lot. We don't quite fit, but flew the drone for the first time in Spain, and now we're gonna pass by a town called Marbella, which is like a very ritzy town, and then inland towards Ronda, and Ronda has parking for RVs.
Once again, I'm getting all kinds of PCH vibes here. This whole area is known as Marbella's Golden Mile, which is actually 6.4 kilometers, with the most luxurious villas and hotels, with ocean and mountain views, luxury shops, but we can't really appreciate it from this main road. So I'm gonna have to owe you that one. I've been here before, and if you take my word for it, it is quite lavish. Here we have a fine example of one of those ritzy waterfront condos, but I don't really feel like driving on the back streets with the van. Coming up here we have some designer stores, as you do at places like this. Chanel, for example. Also the swanky Marbella Club Hotel. Anyway, there's not a whole lot else we can see here today, so I'm going to continue towards a place where we can actually park the camper van and explore. It is getting late. Oh wait, here's Puerto de Banús, Banús Port, where you may be able to find one or two mega yachts. I'm going to make one last-ditch effort to find parking. There's supposed to be a large parking lot at the end of this street, where people have allegedly boondocked. But, spoiler alert, it ain't gonna happen. Ooh, I told you, dead end. I give up. I'm getting stressed out.
It's all the way down here.
There's one up there, no?
Oh, tampoco llego, espérate.
I think we're getting lost on the hills of Marbella. It's like Hotel California. It seems we can't get out of here. Alright, let's take a break.
Nice houses. Nice view.
Yeah, I was able to stop for a moment on the side of the road before leaving Marbella for good. As we've seen, most of Costa del Sol is perhaps too developed, too densely populated to be properly enjoyed with a camper van. I mean, we got to see some things, but I would have loved to be able to park and explore some of these cities, some of these beaches, more thoroughly. The more you know, right? More research and planning shall go into this. We are on our way to Ronda. We've been told it is a beautiful town, divided in two by a deep canyon. Really looking forward to visiting it. We found this camping, but it is too far away from the center. That was Área de Autocaravanas Ronda, and we want to go to Área de Autocaravanas Ciudad de Ronda, Ronda City, which is walking distance to downtown. Here we are. It works kind of like a parking lot. There is no set checkout time. You pay for 24 hours. I kind of like that system.
Let's see what kind of connector they have here. Yep. Regular 10 amp. There we go. This one goes to the camper van. We've got power. Yeah, sometimes you have to improvise. This wouldn't stay in place, so I put my selfie stick tripod, and now it does. Actually, pleasantly surprised by this place. It's we have water, and we're gonna be able to empty our tanks tomorrow. And doesn't seem to be very expensive at all. I forgot, it's like 24 bucks. And you know, we're surrounded by mountains. I mean, it is tight, but it is what it is. And we are half an hour away from, you know, downtown Ronda. One thing I don't necessarily like about all these áreas para autocaravanas, you know, areas, you know, the more developed RV areas, is that they'll ask you for your passport, you know. They want to scan it, make sure it's you. I don't know. Just for camping, it seems a little much. And then, otherwise, you can always boondock, which is what this person is doing. Let's go downtown. Nueva, spicy McCrispy. Should I have McDonald's in Spain? Tempting, but I'm more of a Burger King kind of guy.
As I said, we're just gonna walk to downtown, which is roughly about 2 kilometers, a little over half an hour, and there's a very gradual uphill climb here on Malaga Avenue.
Oh yeah, we're surrounded by hills.
Beautiful country all around us. Here we have some interesting murals as we slowly make our way to the historic city center. Here we have two more. It looks like they like their murals here in Ronda. Here we are at the main pedestrian drag that goes all the way down to the bull ring. And we've seen this at many other places. these canopies covering the street, protecting pedestrians from the torrid sun. It is actually very much appreciated in the middle of the day. Andalusia and Spain in general has been a lot hotter than originally anticipated. At some point, we want to get something to eat, and this place La Bola doesn't look half bad. Oh, jamón! And there's that cow again. It is very pretty, if a little chaotic.
Las Maravillas.
We decided to eat here at Las Maravillas. I'm sure it is touristy, but the food looks good.
Croquettes. Spinach croquettes.
Drinking some local wine as well.
It's got the solomillo and I've got the oxtail. Coffee time. That's the good stuff. Oh, that was delicious. Probably the most expensive meal we've had in Spain so far. It turned out to be $80, but the quality, the wine, the beef, it was amazing.
Here we have the bull ring, completed in 1785, and it is one of the main things to see here. It would be great to visit to see the inside, but we arrived here a little too late in the day. Maybe tomorrow morning we can explore a little more, since there's no checkout time at the RV park.
El Niño de la Palma.
Famous bullfighter born in Ronda, and this is his son.
Antonio Ordóñez.
A family of bullfighters from Ronda, a tradition in Spain that goes back to medieval times. I'm still kind of surprised it is still done in this day and age, but tradition, right? Let's keep going. There should be a great view from behind the bull ring. Here we have a statue of the bull, who doesn't always lose the competition. Many bullfighters have been killed over the years, most recently in 2016. That one was even televised live. We're walking towards the viewpoint. There is supposed to be this great view of the gorge from here, from that balcony right there. There are some ruins down there, at the bottom. Apparently an old hydroelectric power plant. The other main thing to see here is Puente Nuevo, the new bridge, even though it dates back to 1793, spanning the 98-meter Tajo Gorge. If this is indeed the new bridge, I wonder how old the old bridge really was. This is called Plaza España, and I can already see the bridge. Here's looking up Calle Nueva, New Street. And here's our first view of the famous bridge. Kind of hard to appreciate it from the side, so let's walk on it. Oh, what a view from the top! What a great view! Ronda is one of those places that you don't expect them to exist. Yet, here it is. There's a trail that goes to a great lookout point. Let's see if we can find it. It looks like it is going to be a great sunset over the mountains. This is it. This is the trail.
I cannot believe it is closed.
All that for nothing. I mean, there was a longer trail I could have taken, but we're running out of daylight here really fast. Maybe we can come back tomorrow. It's been a late start. Had to take care of several things, one of them being one of my email addresses becoming compromised. It took the better part of the morning, but I was able to recover it. And now we're going to dump, and naturally there's a line. So I found this road that goes to this other vista point. It looks kind of sketchy, but we'll see. It is pretty narrow, and I believe it is a two-way street. Yeah, maybe this wasn't such a great idea. Of course, the camera overheated and crashed right as I was about to have a near miss. Nothing happened, thankfully. And now with a fresh battery, we continue. We've got oncoming traffic. And it doesn't really show on camera, but the road is very steep. I think this is as far as I want to go with this heavy camper van. I didn't record the most interesting part, and by interesting, I mean scary, terrifying. Eventually I was able to turn around, but it was sketchy, especially driving a manual on that steep road. We even spun a couple of times, but if you're seeing this video, that means that we made it. Now we're going to a nearby town called Setenil de las Bodegas. Here we are, found parking.
And we've made it to Setenil de las Bodegas, another indie camper. Here too, we found this parking lot, which someone, actually the taxi driver last night, recommended. In any case, it's been one of those mornings that we spent most of the morning taking care of things, unrelated to our travels. And then I wanted to go to that vista point to see the bridge in Ronda. And what happened, that road was really, really rough. So some of the best stick shift driving I've done myself ever, if I may say so myself. Oh, there's a sidewalk here. In any case, everybody recommended Setenil de las Bodegas, so we're going to spend a couple hours here, see what it's all about, and then we continue. Yeah, it's been one of those days where things have not gone according to plan, but we'll make it up as we go along.
There you go, there's proof we're here.
They have an RV camping here. 700 meters.
I think we're better off where we are, if we're gonna be here for only a few hours.
Setenil.
It's an olive oil factory.
Olive oil. This is called Puente da Bodega. Yeah, there's a creek. There's a creek down there.
It is called Arroyo del Burgo Creek. It is still 1 kilometer from here to the center of town.
Setenil. And here we have a graphical representation of the town of Setenil de las Bodegas. And over there we have some horses. Check it out. Well, there you go. That settles it. I guess we found the right parking space right outside of town.
This town is famous for all the whitewashed houses built into cliffs, like cliff dwellings, if you will. Oh, here's the taxi terminal. Good to know, just in case. So far, lovely town. And we haven't even gotten to the good part, I don't think. Here's a map of the town and all the cave streets. There it is. That's where we're going, the cliff dwellings. There's some construction going on this side, and it does look like the cliff dwellings of the ancestral Pueblo people we've seen in Colorado and Arizona. A little more developed, perhaps, but similar concept.
Look at these narrow little streets here. Cueva del Sol y su hermana, Cueva de la Sombra.
I believe this is Cave of the Sun, since it receives a considerable amount of sunshine. And as the story goes, the villagers built these houses between the rocks as a natural insulation, so they wouldn't get too hot in summer or cold in winter. What a unique place this is. Now let's go to the Cave of the Shade.
Well, now let's go to Calle de la Sombra. Calle de la Sombra.
As interesting as the construction on the rocks is the fact that vehicles use these narrow streets as well. I mean, it is a touristy town nowadays, but people still live here and function as such. Even though we're spending over a month in Spain, a year wouldn't be enough to satisfy our curiosity. Setenil deserves a couple of days, not a couple of hours. Perhaps make the time to relax at one of these cafes overlooking the creek. Someday we will learn and explore in more depth. There are a lot of souvenir shops. It certainly feels surreal to be here. We're certainly not in Kansas anymore, as the saying goes. Let's go on a little hike.
Miradores, let's go. La cueva más profunda de Setenil.
It is going to be up and up and up, but we're supposed to get a great view of the town. Besides, I could use the exercise.
What can I say? It's a steady climb.
I can't help but wonder what it would be like to live at a place like this.
Commanding views. Well, you really have to make an effort if you want to come have a drink there. Cueva Alta. And we're starting to get some pretty nice views here of the town. Quite a unique town with all those buildings inside the cave. Can't help but compare them to cliff dwellings. Now, fork on the road. Where shall I go?
We have a little bit of a downhill section here, but I shouldn't get used to it.
And we're going up once again. Yeah, I have a feeling the views from up there are gonna be spectacular. And I could use the workout, to be honest about it. Keep going up, and up, and up. I think it says 300 meters, so we're almost there.
Yeah, there's no sidewalk. How about that?
They were not kidding when they said it was a 45-degree climb. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. Oh, wow.
Oh yeah, totally worth it. And we still have a little more to climb. I mean, look at that. The town is surrounded by fields of olive trees, probably some of the best in the world. Alright, let's go a little bit higher. There is so much more to see. The castle, the cave, maybe sample a little more of the local cuisine down there at one of those street-side cafes. But still, I'm glad we came. Heeding your advice, by the way. Definitely worth a stop since we were so close at Ronda. Now Ili is waiting for me down there having some Jerez wine, sherry, so I better go so we can continue this epic journey in southern Spain.
Yeah, what can I say? Totally worth the effort seeing the town from this higher perspective. Now, we're going down.
I'm taking a different route on the way down. It is supposed to be a little shorter.
Outdoor gym here. After that climb, palo cortado sherry is in order. Just a sip, as I gotta drive it.
And with that, we're going to start saying goodbye to this lovely town. Next time, we'll come hungry and with more time, now that we know where it is. And that's kind of the thing with this trip with the camper van. Find out what we like and what we don't, what places are RV friendly, which are not, so we know for next time. Because I intend to visit Spain periodically in the future for as long as I can. Maybe every other year or so. It is the land of my ancestors after all. And we plan to visit different areas, of course, but also revisit places like this. Oranges, how Andalusian of them.
Well, next we have a 2-hour drive, so a good espresso is in order. And Clunker's still here.
Let's hit the road. But before we continue, let's check out that other RV parking area. Let's see what it looks like. It is here on the right, and it seems to be like a proper campground. Pardales. This would have been the gateway to Caminito del Rey, which we wanted to do but couldn't. It is supposed to be a very scenic hike. It was bound to happen. We were stuck in traffic as we descend towards the Mediterranean and the more densely populated areas once again. Although this time I do have a plan for parking, I think. Here we are, Nerja, the eastern boundary of Costa del Sol. I know we missed a lot in the middle, most importantly, Malaga proper, but at this point, we have to find places where we can park the clunker, and I believe this is one of those. There are lots of things to do here in Nerja, including some famous caves, an aqueduct that looks Roman but it's not, inspiration for many writers and poets, and the filming location of many TV series, including a popular one in many Spanish-speaking countries called Verano Azul, Blue Summer, from the early 1980s. It is one of those coming-of-age dramas during a summer vacation in Costa del Sol. Anyway, we're only going to focus on what is walking distance to the parking lot and one of the main points of interest, Balcón de Europa, literally the balcony of Europe. Did I say parking lot? Well, here it is. It is huge, and overnighting should be okay.
The largest parking lot I've seen in Spain so far. We are at the beach town of Nerja, and epitomizes Costa del Sol. Are we in Costa del Sol? Well, the Mediterranean coast. Filming location of a very popular Spanish TV series from 1981 called Verano Azul, Blue Summer. I was 10 at the time, so I was target audience, a bunch of kids, coming of age here on these beaches. And anyway, let's go to the balcony of the Mediterranean, or balcony of Europe. I forget. It's there. It's that way. There you go. Balcón de Europa. That's what it's called.
Balcony of the Mediterranean is in Benidorm, actually. Totally different town much further up the coast, which we also plan to visit in a few days.
Usted está aquí. This is where we're going. And yeah.
This whole center of town seems to be pedestrian only. I mean, a car could fit through here, and we've definitely seen them on narrower streets in other parts of Spain. So I guess this is even more touristy. You gotta be able to have all these racks on the street, right? Let's see what's around the corner. And yeah, more touristy stuff. And I'm not putting it down, sometimes I like touristy. I'm a tourist myself. I mean, lots of signs in English too. And the blue Mediterranean. I wonder what's up with the Cuban flag though. The name of the town comes from the Arabic, Narixa, which means abundant source or abundant spring, or simply rich in water. And would you take a look at this view? This is of course the aforementioned Balcón de Europa, a name coined according to legend by King Alfonso XII in 1885. We have coves with beaches on both sides, this one called Cala Honda, the one on the other side, Cala Chica. Makes sense, it being much smaller. Over there, past the cove, a statue of Chanquete, one of the characters in that Blue Summer TV series I was talking about.
Well, this is Balcón de Europa, the Balkan of Europe, and we get commanding views of the Cala down there, the little small beach, and then look at these views. It's kind of reminiscent of California, if you ask me, as far as the nature of the coastline goes. But yeah, and that, of course, the Mediterranean Sea. We're gonna spend a few minutes here, and then we're gonna get something to eat.
Yeah, I'm totally getting California vibes here when it comes to nature and topography. Like Central Coast or Santa Barbara, maybe.
Well, here we have King Alfonso XII. Musicians on the streets and places like this are always great, and this guy is really good. Anyway,
before we get something to eat, let's just walk around a little bit, get lost along the narrow streets. It is still early, and many of the good places are not quite open yet for dinner. This is such a picturesque town. Kind of the first thing that comes to mind when I think Mediterranean. All these white structures in contrast with the deep blue sea.
what's up, Chanquete? It's been a while. Brother.
From here, we get to see the balcony of Europe. Up there. Didn't know there was something below it. Oh, it's official. Mirador de Chanquete. One last balcony view before we move on.
Yeah, 1991, it's not that old.
Searching for a place to eat. Something with a view might be nice, right? Or maybe we'll find something better along the narrow streets.
It is too early for dinner, but we got a sangria and we got a free something to nibble on, you know?
This looks very tempting, but there are so many choices. I think instead of a proper sit-down restaurant, we should probably do a tapas bar at this point.
Well, we came to this place called Redondo Round Bar and we're getting some wine and we're getting free tapas with the wine. That's the Spanish way.
This is one of those where they let you choose which free tapa you want out of a pretty extensive menu. We're starting with some chorizo, tuna salad, something called a mini Fleming King.
We got the Fleming King. Kind of a mix between a tequeño and a croqueta. I don't know.
This is what it looks like inside. All the tapas ready to be served. Oh, it's a lot busier now.
Well, for 18 euro, we had 6 wines and 6 tapas. Can't beat that. It is gelato time. Well, what can I say? A lot more people out and about now here in Nerja. But we're tired, we're heading back to the clunker. But let me tell you, this town has it going on. We shall return. I mean, take a look at this. It's like the arches of the Mediterranean right there. Yeah, amazing.
Guitar virtuoso is still jamming along as we say goodbye to Nerja for now. Costa do Sol has been a good time, but tomorrow we're going back inland towards another one of the great cities of Al-Andalus. Of course, I'm talking about Granada.
This is the way. Well, good night from Nerja.
It is morning in Nerja. Before we go, I checked the app and it is okay to fly here, so how about an aerial view of Nerja?
Oh yeah, it is that time of the day, all the parents dropping off their kids at the school and we're stuck in traffic, just waiting for them to finish. Check it out.
is a beautiful drive from the coast to Granada, going up to 2,400 feet in just over an hour, approaching the Sierra Nevada mountains, the highest in the Iberian Peninsula and in southern Europe outside of the Alps. Yes, today we're visiting Granada, our last great Andalusian city of this trip. And before you ask, no, we couldn't get tickets for the Alhambra, arguably the main thing to see there. You have to reserve several days in advance and we didn't know exactly when we were gonna be here. So we'll see the rest of Granada. Still a very beautiful city. And we'll see the part of the Alhambra that you don't need tickets for. The free part. Nowadays it is nearly impossible to wing it when it comes to places like this. Anyway, we found this great campground in the outskirts of the city, so let's park it and call an Uber.
Well, here we are. We made it to Granada, even though we don't have, tickets to go into the Alhambra, which is arguably the most important things to see here. But we're gonna see the rest of Granada. Very nice RV park here. Is called Area Camper El Cortijo. $20, cash only. They have, all the amenities. They have a restaurant, and it's the only con. I mean, very nice shaded site, which is very welcome today because it is going to be a hot one. Views of the Sierra Nevada, and the only negative is that it's a little far away from the center. But I mean, it's a $10 ride on Uber, and that's what we're gonna do.
Waiting for Uber with this view of the Sierra Nevada. There's also a light rail system. I wonder how feasible it would have been to use that instead. Not a bad looking city so far. It gets more densely populated and older looking the closer we get to the center, as it is the case in most places. According to what I read, the name Granada, not surprisingly, derives from an Arab word, Garnata, Hill of Pilgrims, although actually there is no consensus on this. Some scholars insist it comes from the Latin granata, pomegranate. In any case, suffice to say there is a lot of history here, going back to the Bronze Age. Anyway, here we are. It looks like we're late to the party. The hordes of tourists are already out, and I think we're going to try and see the cathedral first, and then work our way throughout the rest of the town. This is the entrance to Zoco Nazarí, a craft market. And look at all the Almudéjar pattern on the walls. I doubt very much it is from the Al-Andalus era, but a beautiful replica for sure. Here we are at the Sagrario Church, which is right next to the cathedral, by the way. It was built in 1704, on top of the existing mosque. It was completed in 1759. I'm gonna be honest, when I walked in, I thought this might be the cathedral. And then I thought, well, this seems kind of small to be the Granada Cathedral, so no, the cathedral is actually this much larger building. Here we have this plaza with all these restaurants, cafes, so many options. I don't know what to do, where to start. Here's a bicycle-powered merry-go-round. Carrusel ecológico, they call it. Eco-carousel.
I like it.
And this is the Fountain of the Giants from the 17th century.
Well, as you can probably tell, we made it to Granada, and this is called Plaza Bib Rambla, and now we're gonna go find something to eat. There's a very famous street here to eat called Elvira, and that's where we're going. Música clásica andalusí. CDs and vinilos.
Cool. So far, I like it. even though we're a little disoriented this morning. Now crossing Calle de los Reyes Católicos, the street of the Catholic monarchs. Here's the statue of Queen Isabella with Christopher Columbus, symbolizing the moment Columbus received support for his voyage to America.
Busy city streets.
The statue captures the exact moment that changed history forever. Both continents and the world, for that matter, would be permanently linked, reshaping the cuisines of many nations. Can you imagine Italian food without tomatoes, or Thai food without chili peppers? Oh, here's a big one. Potatoes. Of course, it didn't work out so well for Native Americans, but that's a different story for a different day.
Check it out. La vaca. La misma vaca.
We skipped breakfast and nothing seems to be open yet. But let's see if we can get a bite to eat. This place just opened up. We always seem to be off with our timing when it comes to eating. We're hooked on ensaladilla rusa.
That was a great start. We're in Granada. Let's keep going. It's called Elvira, the street.
Here's one of the most iconic streets here apparently, located in Granada's oldest neighborhood, Albaicín. Cool restaurant. Lots of Arab and Middle Eastern restaurants around here. Also very touristy. This is a famous pedestrian street, Calderería Nueva. There is also a Calderería Vieja, by the way, lined with tea houses, halal restaurants, Arab patisseries, craft bazaars.
All tea shops here on this street in Granada.
Let's go for a stroll and try to pretend we've gone back in time to Al-Andalus, what this land used to be called before the Castilian Reconquista. Calderería, by the way, refers to the craftsmen who used to make calderos, pots and pans. And we've reached the top, the San Gregorio Church and Convent.
We got some baklava for dessert.
Let's go inside the church. Well, this is something we've never seen before, and it almost feels wrong being here, watching the nuns praying the rosary, reciting their Hail Marys, almost like a tourist attraction. Here's looking back down the way we came. Some of these shops are really cool, but we travel light, so we're not gonna get anything. Let's start leisurely walking back down towards Elvira Street. Lots of souvenirs everywhere.
Ojo turco. Magnets.
Lebanese and Syrian restaurant. Too early, I guess. We definitely need to spend more time at places like this. And time it right for a change. Well, hello. We're going to walk all the way to the end of Elvira Street, even though it doesn't look all that unique. Here we have the San Andres, St. Andrew's Church. As we continue, stumbling upon places like this. Narrow side streets with some stairs. And now we have reached the end, Puerta de Elvira. Back in the day, the gateway to the city.
Oh, there it is, Puerta de Elvira. dates back to the 11th century, and it's an Arabic gate because at the time this was, part of the Arab world.
Here's one more look at the historic gate. Let's get back to where we were. This is such a picturesque town. I was here once actually in 1988, but I don't remember all that much, except for the Alhambra.
As we're walking here back to the center, I can't help but notice all these streets, which looking to the left here, they'll have this super cool views. There's like a big hill up there, and I presume there's probably a vista point from where you can see the whole city. Maybe we'll go up there later. Check it out. Halal pizzas.
This street is called Plaza Nueva, New Square, and the ornate building is the Royal Chancellery Palace. Now approaching Santa Ana Square, which is this large open area in front of the palace. I would love to stay much longer and explore all these streets, although that's kind of what we're doing today. Pretty much all day. Walk. I don't think we're gonna take Uber or public transit, except for going back to the RV park. Everywhere you look, there's something to see. Come to think of it, when I came here in 1988, I think the only thing we did was see the Alhambra. We didn't really explore the city all that much. Look at this narrow alley. How cool! So much graffiti. Kind of shocking at such a historic part of town. This is hammam, a traditional Turkish bath and spa. We're walking towards an esplanade called Paseo de los Tristes, translated as Walk of the Sad or Walk of the Sorrows. It got its name because it was the place where ancient funeral processions would take place. That's the Alhambra up there. I see some people standing on the roof.
That's the Alhambra.
Here we have a street musician, always good to see.
Oh yeah, that's where we're going next.
Here we are, Paseo de los Tristes, and I think the weather calls for a refreshing adult beverage, but first, another look at the Alhambra. Now about that beverage.
Get a caña and the free tapa. Well, yeah, taking a quick break here and continue exploring. Hey, look at that.
So disappointed we're not gonna be able to see the best part of the Alhambra. I mean, we're still gonna go up there and see what we can see.
Look at all the people up there.
Before going to the Alhambra, let's go to one of the best places from where to see the Alhambra. It is called Mirador de San Nicolás, the St. Nicholas Vista Point. It is going to be a steep, steady climb. It is pretty steep.
Un colegio.
Colegio de Enseñanza Media, Ave María.
And here's the cafeteria. I can't hear them, but I can see them. Beautiful city, everywhere you look. I mean, we could have taken the bus, but here we are.
It is actually good exercise, and we get to see more. Is it an oven or a grave? Cool, airplanes here do that too. They do it everywhere.
And looking back, check that out.
That's one narrow street with no sidewalks. And there's traffic coming. A little too close, perhaps. We're getting more and more great views of the Alhambra complex.
We've got another vehicle coming. Of course, don't forget to look back. Looking back, we see the snow-capped Sierra Nevada. Mind-boggling, you know, it is super hot down here. And up there, there's still snow. In June, we're in June already. We're almost at the top. This was a little more of a workout than I was expecting. We've made it to the top. Now check it out. Commanding views.
Check out the Valletta Mountain of Sierra Nevada, over 11,000 feet. I wouldn't be surprised if the Sierra Nevada in California wasn't named after this one. You would think the first conquistador arrived and gazed and said, "It kind of looks like the Sierra Nevada in Granada," and the name stuck. Total speculation on my part here. Anyway, from here you can see the whole Alhambra complex, the Nazareth palaces, the Palace of Charles V, and the Alcazaba.
Oh yeah, totally worth the effort of climbing up here. Take a look at these views, the Sierra Nevada back there, the Alhambra, and the city of Granada at our feet right here. I mean, yeah. I'm speechless. As you can see, we have street musicians, live music, we have street vendors. I mean, it's a very touristy town, that's for sure, but I mean, it's everywhere you look. It's picture perfect.
Now the only way is down, only to be up once again, soon, but such is life. There are a bunch of places to eat or drink up here, but I think we're going to wait until we get to the other side. What an interesting and unique city here. Perfect place to get lost along these deserted narrow streets. Yeah, we're going back using a slightly different route.
Yeah, they have buses that come up here, but what's the fun in that? Well, let's go check out the Alhambra.
Yeah, we're back at Paseo de los Tristes. And now we're going to take the Rey Chico Trail. This is going to be another steady uphill climb.
Cuesta del Rey Chico. That's what we're doing. Cuesta del Rey Chico. O Cuesta de los Chinos. refreshing. We've made it to the top. I see refreshments on the horizon.
I think it is time for another refreshing adult beverage. What do you guys think?
And one beer at a free tapa.
It is almost like a culture that encourages you to drink in order to get free food.
Tortillitas de camarones.
This is the actual entrance to the Alhambra.
Well, that would have been the entrance had we been able to get tickets, but we didn't. So there's supposed to be a free area, down here. So let's do that.
All we can do is get glimpses of the ancient palace and fortress complex. Hopefully the free area won't disappoint.
Puerta de los Carros. You are here. Puerta de los Carros is here. That seems to be very old. Check it out.
Stating the obvious, I know.
Interesting.
Lots of man-made waterfalls, and I know there are plenty of fountains inside. Unfortunately, I don't know how much is included in the free area. Well, now we know why they call it Puerta de los Carros.
Well, that's the palace of Charles V. But first, we're gonna see the church. Iglesia Santa María de la Encarnación.
As it is the case with many other churches we've seen in Andalusia, this one was also originally a mosque. There are certain parts of the church we're not allowed to film, but the main altar is okay. It was built between 1581 and 1618, although there were several additions in the 16 and 1700s, like the Baroque altarpiece, completed in 1671. We're going to continue walking up Calle Real, on the side of the church, towards the back.
Calle Real.
Let's check out the gift shop with all these mudéjar reliefs, which is a great thing to see since we're not gonna be able to see the real thing inside, at places like the Court of the Lions, for example.
Apparently those particular walls are not from the original times. They're replicas, but they're very old replicas, according to what the attendant told me at the store. Let's see what this is. Yours. Baño de la Mezquita.
This is the only part of the original mosque that remains, the bathhouse, preserved as the house where a musician, Ángel Barrios, was born. We can see some remaining mudéjar reliefs, which kind of gives you an idea what it would have looked like over 500, 600, 700 years ago. It is pretty dark here, so I'm using my special low light camera. I guess this would have been one of the bathtubs. Here's another bathtub. This was very interesting to see. Many times the older, the more interesting. Being able to have this portal into a different time.
Continuación visita.
They have arrows guiding us to where we're supposed to go. Here we have some ruins. The Albencerrajes Palace. It is actually an archaeological site. It is believed that a beautiful palace once stood here, similar to Nasrid, the one on the paid side of the Alhambra. I really wish we could have visited. This is actually a hotel, Parador de Granada, although it is built on part of what used to be the Nasrid Palace, later to be converted by the Christian monarchs into the first Christian monastery, into what was at the time the recently conquered Alhambra. We all know the Arabs loved their fountains.
Yeah, these people definitely like their fountains. And that looks like all these very old fountains. Yeah, so much history.
Oh, check that out. Let's step inside. This part is like a museum, I guess. I mean, check out this patio. This is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of stuff I expected to see at the Alhambra. I love this kind of architecture. Just take a look at all the patterns, the Arabic calligraphy. So many details, so many centuries. Let me tell you, if I wasn't an RVer at heart, and if money was no object, of course, I would love to stay here for a couple of nights. Maybe someday. Let's start heading back. Now last, but not least, the Palace of Charles V, a Renaissance building commissioned by the king in 1526. There were several problems and construction was halted in 1637, left unfinished. It wasn't completed until 1923, but it has never been home to a monarch. Nowadays, the palace houses the Alhambra Museum and the Fine Arts Museum of Granada. But today, well, we've been walking all day and at this point, we're not really in the mood. We're just going to admire the Doric colonnade of the interior patio and go look for something to eat, like a proper meal. We've been surviving on tapas all day.
Prohibido el paso, keep out. Well, this is actually for the people who actually were able to pay.
Here's the view, looking towards the Alpacin neighborhood. We can also see some distant mountains.
Well, check it out. We were just there.
What a picture-perfect city this is. That would be La Puerta del Vino, the Gate of Wine. Apparently one of the oldest remaining constructions in the Alhambra, dating back to the early 1300s. The name may derive from the reddish color of the gate. This is Aljibe Square. I believe you have to pay to go there. Let's walk through the wine gate, see where it leads.
Okay, here we go. Let's walk across La Puerta del Vino.
We have some people in here taking a break in the shade. I don't blame them. Okay, I was wrong. Aljibe Square seems to be free. And here's another entrance. I see a line.
Look how many people are there now.
We're gonna start heading out. We're going out the same way we came in. Puerta de los Carros.
Let's take the pedestrian entrance.
Much less crowded at this time. Here we have Puerta de la Justicia, the gate of justice. This ornate fountain is the Carlos V pillar, dating back to the 16th century. The three figureheads represent the three rivers of Granada, the Darro, the Beiro, and the Genil. Back in the city. Maybe I should get myself a new guitar while I'm here. Another guitar shop. Let me tell you, if it wasn't a chore to take it back to the States, and if I didn't already have several good guitars, this would have been the ultimate souvenir.
Nah.
We came into this place for dinner, one of the few that was open at this odd time. What can I say? Super slow service, and I almost choked on the steak.
Los Manueles. So what happens when you're too hungry and too tired and you have no idea where to eat? Because all the restaurants you have on your list open at 7, like they do here. Well, you eat at the not so great touristy place. Well, it was bound to happen. We've got our first cloudy day in Spain. Sierra Nevada barely visible. Hola. Ahí está.
The journey continues, going east, although we're actually going to the American Wild West. Let me explain. We're going to the Tabernas Desert, filming location of many of the so-called spaghetti western films of the 1960s and 1970s. We're taking the coastal route towards Almeria. I thought it might be more scenic, but it's really not that much. The gloomy weather doesn't really help either. This is called the Sea of Greenhouses, and they grow all kinds of produce here. This being the driest region in continental Europe, it is no surprise they use hydroponic drip irrigation and all kinds of fancy stuff. But I got on a tangent here. Getting back to where we're going, Western movies had been shot here since the late 1950s. But it wasn't until Sergio Leone's 1964 A Fistful of Dollars that the genre really came of age. As I said, most of these movies were filmed here, and this place called Fort Bravo, Texas Hollywood remains as one of those sets still open to the public. They have a campground and they do reenactments, gunfights, that kind of thing. I mean, the landscape does have more than a slight resemblance to some places we've seen out west, like West Texas perhaps, even Arizona, like the road to the desert bar, for example. Yeah, I'm totally getting Arizona vibes right now. Here we are, Fort Bravo. Let's look for that campground. We're supposed to park and go check in at the saloon. Yeah, they had me at saloon.
Well, yeah, greetings from Fort Bravo, the Texas Hollywood Studios here in Almeria, at the Tabernas Desert in Almeria, Spain. It does have a slight resemblance to the American West. The check-in is you're supposed to do it at the saloon, but when I went to the saloon, they were doing the can show, so actually, this is what I saw. Well, now I'm gonna go back, see if the can show is finished, and maybe I can check in. And when I check in, they give me an adapter so I can turn on the power. They have a hot tub, swimming pool, maybe later. Although it's kind of cloudy, but it is warm.
It looks pretty authentic, and it sounds like the show at the saloon is still going on.
Well, they're supposed to check in at the saloon, but right now they're doing a show, so we'll probably have to wait.
Yeah, there's a show in progress. Luckily, there will be more later.
¿Tienen tequila, verdad?
Ellos vienen en coche y algunos en autocaravana.
Vale. Que tienen mucha habitación.
Y todas muy limpias.
¿Alguna disponible?
Por supuesto que sí. La de Afrodita que yo dije, la mía.
I guess I'm gonna have to wait until the end of the show to check in. Might as well enjoy it.
Por cierto. Me olvidaba.
¿Qué cabeza?
20 preguntas por el caballo que hay amarrado en la puerta.
El caballo de la puerta. Precioso caballo.
Gracias. No sabe nada.
No te preocupes, yo me haré la tonta que se me da muy bien.
Genial. Pero si alguien te insiste mucho, no se lo dile que el caballo te...
¿Te? El caballo de Fernando. Caballero de Fernando.
Some of the jokes are of course lost in translation, and it is odd hearing this kind of show in Spanish. But not in Spain. All the movies in this country are dubbed, as opposed to subtitled. So everybody here is used to hearing John Wayne or Clint Eastwood speak with a Castilian accent. Well, with a little bit of an Andalusian drawl here. I must say, I'm impressed. It is pretty theatrical.
Well, we've made it to Fort Bravo. To be honest, the whole place seems a little run down. Maybe it is on purpose. We have a nice Class A. And as part of this check-in process, besides, they make a copy of your passport, this place has a strange power connector. So for 40 euro, they give you this, and then for a 40 euro deposit. And then and I return it tomorrow morning. They give me back my 40 euro. It's just an adapter for the power outlet. In any case, let's explore the town. Well, this is strange. The showers are only open from 1700 until 10 a.m. in the morning. So, all night long, just not during the day. That's very odd.
Maybe during the day you're supposed to go to the saloon? By the way, they have cabins too. I wish I could play the theme song from The Good, the Bad and the Ugly right now, because it does look like a scene out of a classic spaghetti western. Let's check out the church. I guess they have bars to keep people out, prevent vandalism, I'm guessing. It is very bare inside. We have a small altar, a coffin, and even a spiral staircase. We're back at the saloon. Actually, it really looks like a real saloon. And it's a real bar. I don't think they have any food though. And they have photos on the walls from some of the movies and TV series that have been filmed here. All of a sudden, it feels like we've been teleported to Tombstone or Goldfield or a place like that. Kind of surreal to see a replica of a saloon all the way out here in Andalusia. Well, you have to have an old, slightly out of tune upright piano, right? That was very cool. Now let's explore the rest of the town. They do offer horse-drawn carriage tours, included in the price of admission, but we hesitated, and by the time we were going to do it, the guy was gone. No big loss there, we were only going to do it because it was included. To be honest, I'd rather explore on foot.
Su foto de época.
Of course, you have the requisite old-time photo place, although, not that I mind, but I expected this place to be more lively. I guess it being a Thursday, and let's face it, this is kind of out of the way. Maybe on a weekend, people from all over Almeria flock here to get a dose of Americana, but we'll never find out. Let's check out the bank. Would this be the jailhouse? Yes, definitely. They have also props for other kinds of movies, not sure which ones, which may have been filmed in this barren land. Some more vehicles in storage here.
Oh yeah, they have props and stuff all over the place. I don't know exactly from which movie this is. I don't recall, but it seems to be one of those post-apocalyptic things. I don't know. As I said, it all kind of feels a little bit run down. Let's see what else is this way. Hello, caballo. Caballo. Yeah, apparently you can rent horses too, but you have to know how to ride.
Let's check this building out. It looks like a huge barn. By the way, it is kind of windy and very hot today, so we're starting to have second thoughts about staying here overnight without AC.
Ooh, check it out. That Artifacts.
It seems to be like a storage facility / museum with some of the props that they use for the movies. This is, after all, an active movie studio. Talking about the weather, that may have been our worst miscalculation of this whole trip. I really thought it would be somewhat cooler. We're filming here in early June, the more you know. Here we have all kinds of different saddles, from different time periods, and for different purposes.
Monturas medievales.
Very, very cool. Here we even have a wooden statue of a Native American. And this one looks like Captain Archer from Star Trek Enterprise. I don't really know who they are supposed to be. Here we have another area, a different area, with different architecture. More like New Mexico, perhaps? Walking through this arch, it is going to be like going south of the border.
Well, let me tell you, it is very hot, which makes it somehow feel a little more authentic. And this seems to be like the Mexican town, like a replica. They have the cantina and the architecture, and let me show you. I don't know if it is a saguaro, but it's the best they could do, right? Yeah. It does. Yeah, there's a yucca over there. There's some cacti, yeah.
If this area is supposed to be representing Mexico, perhaps all the signs should be in Spanish, right? Like that barbershop sign really takes me out of it. But hey, maybe it is like a border town. Anyway, we're going to start heading back to the saloon because another show is about to start. This one is outdoors, like at the town square. In this case, the wind and the dust actually enhance the experience. We're gonna go inside, grab a caña, which is a light lager, the beer of choice in Spain, it seems. And in the spirit of authenticity, I guess, this is the only bar we've found in Spain that doesn't give you anything free to nibble on with your drink. Not even peanuts.
La verdad, yo vengo muy cansado y sediento, ¿eh?
¿Cansado de qué?
Hemos hecho un largo camino.
¿Qué largo camino si venimos de la esquina?
No se puede bailar.
Pero si no ha visto todo el mundo.
There is a comedic aspect to the show, which is actually great when you understand the jokes. Some are really inside baseball though, and I guess you have to live in Spain to get the punchlines. We didn't, some of them, even though we speak the language. It is a very well put together show with music, sound effects. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute some of this music out. Don't wanna get in trouble with copyright. Anyway, here are the highlights of the show. It is a fairly common story. Bad guy is coming to town. Sheriff kicks him out. The deputy is an idiot. You see where I'm going. I'm sure they licensed all of this music for public performance, but I haven't, so I'm gonna be talking over it for as long as I can. Anyway, in the end, the bad guy gets killed by the sheriff.
Well, that was pretty cool seeing a Western show, you know, with a twist. It's actually pretty cool. Pretty cool how they do it. It's actually more produced than other shows I've seen.
There's another show in an hour, so let's get something to eat.
Let's wait. Cheers. Yeah, ham flavored. Yeah, Hunt's Brothers has nothing on them.
Considering all the great food we've had in Spain so far, this was a little disappointing. Anyway, we came back to the saloon for the last show of the day. It begins with a burlesque-style can-can musical. We kind of get a glimpse of it the first time we came to check in. Next, another comedic theatrical show. Identical to the one we saw earlier. I mean, still very enjoyable because this time around we were able to see the whole thing.
Buenas tardes, cantinera.
Muy buenas tardes, forastero.
Bonito salón.
Pues sí, como la dueña y mi chica de bonito.
Ya lo veo, ya. ¿Y tienes tequila?
Pues sí, el mejor de todo el condado.
¿Por qué no me sirve un trago y lo comprobamos?
¡Que lo monté, hombre! ¡Al primero!
¡Dispara, valiente!
¡Arriba, cantinera!
I won't bore you with all the details, but it was a good show.
¡Te quiero ver, compañero!
Este es mi salón y nadie está aquí sin pagar.
Well, we paid to stay here overnight, but it is just too hot. It is gonna be too hot. Even at midnight, it's gonna be in the 80s still, so we're heading to the coast. Fort Bravo was interesting, was fun. Nice recreation of the, you know, nice to see their version of the American West here. But man, this windshield dust. I wanted to go to a gas station, put gas. Maybe I'll clean the windshield and yeah, off we go.
We forgot to stop at the actual fort. Anyway, found this spot on the coast where boondocking might be allowed. By the way, who knew Spain would look like this? Not the best maintained road here. Pretty bad washboard. Here we are, Tabernas. We're going to refuel here, but first, let's see the town. It is eerily deserted. Let's turn around. Oh, this is one narrow street. I guess this is what a regular, not-so-touristy town looks like here in the Almeria province. I can see the med, and I see RVs parked. This looks promising.
Well, this is it. Boondocking spot here overlooking the Mediterranean Ocean Sea, the Mediterranean, and about at least 10 degrees Celsius cooler than it was at the Tabernas desert. Take a look at this place. Yeah. By the way, free. It's just a free boondocking spot here on the Med. This trip has been like a roller coaster ride, hasn't it? But this is one of the highs.
What a great discovery! It is going to be such a treat, such a privilege to be able to fall asleep to the sound of the surf. As night falls, the green lighthouse turns on. Well, good night. Here we are, near a town called Villaricos, our last destination in Andalusia. Today we're going into the Valencian community, and we're going to be there for a few days before returning to Madrid.
Well, yeah. Good morning. This was our home last night. Right here in front of the Mediterranean Sea, and now we continue east, northeast, destination Alicante. Where we'll sleep tonight, we're not sure yet. That sure looks like an American RV.
Spain is divided into 17 autonomous communities. Think of them as states. They have relative autonomy. Some of them even have their own language. For the past few days, we've been in Andalusia, where they speak Spanish. Now we're going to Valencia, most of which speaks Valenciano, a variety of Catalan, although Spanish is also an official language. Spain is very culturally diverse, and it can get complicated. We are skipping Murcia. We'll save that one for another time. And this is the thing. We know we're going to Santa Pola. That's kind of where we want to be. Ilis niece lives in the area, so we're looking forward to visiting them and catching up. But there are several options as far as overnighting. And I know I said we were gonna skip Murcia, but let's at least try to drive through Cartagena. I mean, I doubt we're gonna find parking, but we'll try. Here we have a toll booth. By the way, Spain has a system similar to Easy Pass or Sun Pass called Vía T Telepeaje, but it wasn't feasible for us to get it since you have to have an account in a Spanish bank. Right here, we're gonna get off the highway and try and drive around Cartagena. And in the odd chance we can find parking, we'll park and explore. Don't get your hopes up. One of the things we've learned on this trip, in big cities, unless you find an área de autocaravanas, it is nearly impossible to park. It is, for the most part, underground garages, and we don't fit. Today it is kind of hazy, probably sand from the Sahara. Everything is illuminated by this warm, diffused light, kind of eerie. Behind this wall to the right is the Arsenal de Cartagena, also known as the Cartagena Naval Base, one of the oldest ones in the country. The square, modern-looking building is part of the university, the Faculty of Enterprise Sciences, as I was able to translate it. This city is one of those we're gonna have to save for a future trip. I thought 4 weeks was gonna be enough to explore a lot in Spain, but obviously we're just scratching the surface here. Very pretty town for the most part, but tell you what, Let's not waste any more time here and continue towards Santa Pola. We came to this town to refuel and now we're lost. Let's get back on track. We're entering the Valencia community and the Alicante province. We are now back on track. Here on the right, we have Camping Bahia, a real camping resort, but it is probably like a city in there. So there is a more basic RV park nearby. It is kind of industrial around here. I don't know if I like it. I'm not getting the vibe and we're very far from the center. Let's go back to the beach. There's supposed to be free parking and boondocking there. Here we go. This is called Playa La Ermita. Let's park and regroup. We decided to be practical and go to the resort. It is walking distance to the center of town and there's also public transit. The idealistic in me would like to park by the beach. I mean, this is very nice. And on a clear day you can see all the way to Alicante. But I also want to see and explore Santa Pola. Tomorrow we're visiting Ilis Nice, so we don't have all that much time. Also, it is Friday, so we have a live stream. And the portable inverter I brought with me is definitely insufficient to charge my laptop, let alone run it. So we're going to need power. Yeah, déjà vu. Rinsed the van a little bit, filled up the water, emptied the grey and the toilet, and now they are going to take us to our site. This place is huge, like a city, and I see a lot of rigs that look seasonal. Something different that I've seen with many RV parks is that the power outlets are usually grouped together and not always next to your rig, so it is good to have an extra cable, which we don't have. And in the case of this RV park, the attendant has to unlock the box and connect it for you. On the other hand, we're right next to the swimming pool.
Camping Bahia Santa Pola. There is no lifeguard safety.
We were told to come to the pool bar to get our tokens for the washer and dryer, because we also need to do laundry.
Well, here we've made it to Santa Pola, which is close to Alicante. And this is probably our first RV resort of the whole trip. It's huge, it's a huge place. I'm gonna try to do laundry and now we're gonna walk to town. We're starving, we're gonna get something to eat. But yeah, it's a huge place. I don't have no idea how many parcels, that's what they call them, parcelas, they have, but a lot.
There's a wok buffet right across the street, but let's see if we can find something else, closer to the center. We will not fit in that parking lot.
Well, here we are walking along the lonely streets of Santa Pola, and I think Google is lost because Google wanted to go through this building, like there was a street through that building, so I don't know. Hopefully we'll find something to eat, because most restaurants, they close at 4 and they reopen at 7:30. They have that siesta thing going on. Ooh, windy.
We've made it to the beach. We found the bar open, garlic sauté shrimp, brava potatoes. We even have a partial view of the beach. Can't really complain.
What's that place? Grifo, totally random, but probably the best gambas al ajillo and the patatas bravas we've had since we're in Spain.
Here's another view of the beach. It seems to be very shallow.
And here's the Santa Pola sign where you would take a picture or a selfie if you feel so inclined. So, so everybody knows that you were here. Well, in fact, we're gonna take a selfie right now.
Very cool beach town, although all these buildings have a 1970s or 1980s look to them, like frozen in time. Not the restaurants though, there's no scarcity of them, but most of them are closed at this time. Besides, we're not really hungry anymore. Here we have the marina and the port. That looks like an old boat. Nice esplanade here.
La Raspa, this one looks good.
And it seems to be open.
Let's go that way.
They have these boats going to nearby Tabarca Island, and we decided to go on this one, Visión Submarina. There must be some kind of glass bottom going on here.
Well, we got on the first one we saw. Hopefully it's good.
There were certainly other options, but I think they are all about the same.
We're moving.
Fisherman's Brotherhood, and we have all these fishing boats. The seafood must be really fresh here. It is so hazy, and I believe it is getting worse. I can already see the island in the distance. It is very choppy today on the bay of Alicante. We're almost getting seasick. Luckily, we're getting close to Tabarca Island. But let me tell you something, it is getting late. I don't think we're gonna get off the boat. We just came for the ride, really. It seems nice though. We are invited to come downstairs to see the fish through these underwater glass windows. Church of Saint Peter and Paul, the mainland looking even more distant because of all this haze, which is getting worse. Everything is getting this golden tint. We're gonna start heading back, and tomorrow we want to go up there to the Santa Pola lighthouse. They have like this walkway where you're supposed to get great views. We're back in port.
Well, we decided not to get off at Tabarca. You know, it's getting late and we want to enjoy Santa Pola a little more. See all these buildings and maybe get one last tapa before heading back. We have to go to do groceries and get the tokens for the laundry. Well, this is what the sand of the Sahara does to a car. Yeah, the clunker was the same way this morning. The one modern looking building in this whole area.
There's a fishing boat, part of the Museum of the Sea, and here's a statue called Farewell to the Fisherman. The town is slowly coming alive. Here's a gentleman slicing some jamon. Delicious. I've become addicted to that stuff. we're going towards Plaza de la Glorieta, the central square. And I think that's all we're going to do today. As I mentioned, we still have some chores to do at the campground.
Well, this very happening place is called the Plaza de la Glorieta, or Plaza. I don't know, it's written in Valenciano. But yeah, it seems it's Friday afternoon, evening, so all the locals are out and about. Lots of immobiliary, you know, like real estate companies, you know, selling apartments. And let me tell you, not a bad deal. I'm gonna walk one more block that way and then back to the water. You see, Gran Alicante, Monte Mar, 239,000 euro. I don't know, what do you guys think? Peluquería vegana y ecológica.
Why would a hair salon be vegan?
Todo más barato. It is so cheap they couldn't even afford the A. There's even a Burger King.
And we're back. We were finally able to procure some tokens to do laundry. That's what they use here.
The supermarket is closed in the low season. Medium season, actually, we are.
We're gonna patronize the local food truck.
It's called a buffalo pizza with ground beef.
It is morning laundry, y'all. This was a nice campground. We didn't really get to enjoy all the amenities, but it was a nice break nonetheless, and an opportunity to see this type of RV life in Spain.
Well, here we are. These Carrefour Express convenience stores are pretty convenient. We filled up, got some supplies, and now we have about 4 hours to kill, so we're gonna explore the area in a little more depth.
This is a pretty narrow road. Here we go, parking.
Well, here we are at the parking lot for the Santa Pola Lighthouse, and we're supposed to get a commanding view of Tabarca Island and Alicante on the other side. It does feel a little abandoned here. They have some, I believe these are like old historic buildings or something like that. Don't quote me on that. We're supposed to walk about 500 meters to the vista point. Actually, it's, I guess, 185 meters only. I was getting nervous because from afar it looks like it is closed, but no, there's this pedestrian path here. And that's the lighthouse. And here we have some information about the lighthouse.
There seems to be a whole network of trails up here.
Oh yeah, even on this somewhat foggy day, I think the views are gonna be spectacular. And they have this walkway, so you can see the views. And that's Tabarca Island in the distance. Here we have an interpretive sign, which is a little faded if you ask me, but yeah. This is Santa Pola where we were. This is where we are, somewhere up here, and yeah, you get it. You get the idea. Here we are. We are really up high here. Alicante barely visible in the distance. And that's where we were yesterday. You can park your RV right there by the beach.
Not exactly the same spot, but close. Playa de la Ermita is a little farther east.
The precipice. I have a chiringuito. Not many swimmers. The water is cold. That would be Alicante in the distance. That's where we're going next. And hopefully we'll find parking. Tabarca Island, where we went yesterday. Oh, kind of. Well, that was our commanding view of Tabarca Island, Mediterranean, Alicante, and the lighthouse back there. Now, let's go back. Let's continue exploring this area.
Very nice walkway here. And there are so many other things to see here on top of this. I guess we could call it a mesa.
By the way, there seems to be a network of trails up here that you can take, like to the barracks of the Strait. You know, maybe there was like a fort up here at some point. Seems to be like the ruins of some old structure.
Let's investigate.
Antiaéreas dispersos. And this is the thing. Everything is in Valenciano, it's not in Spanish, so I'm having a little more anti-aircraft. There you go, we have it in English. So, yep, this used to be the site. Valenciano in Spanish and in English. So, Cañón Arteris Coda 76.2 millimeters. I don't know, probably from World War II. I would assume, but I don't see a year anywhere. Anyway, let's get back into Clunker and go to Alicante. Have some other ruins here, perhaps the lighthouse keeper or some barracks. Not sure what they are. I don't see an interpretive sign, but it's certainly been vandalized with contemporary pictographs. Let's take a peek inside through this gate here. Yeah, kind of reminds me of something out of old Route 66 in Arizona or California. But yeah, let's continue.
Let's go to Alicante. Look at the Santa Barbara Castle on top of that hill. It is a very picturesque town. Here's Postigat Beach, and I thought we might be able to park here. Dream on! This hot Saturday afternoon, it seems the whole region decided to come here. Let's keep on going At this point, I'm willing to park a little farther away and walk, or take public transit, Uber. There's some parking here on the left, but it is kind of far away from where we want to be. Besides, how do we get to that side of the road now? This is almost like an expressway. Once again, big city, oversized vehicle, not a good match unless you do your research and find a suitable parking lot beforehand. Eventually, I want to go up to the castle and see what we can see, but first, one last try, one last ditch effort to find parking. Actually, we ended up in this super busy area because we found what looks like a multi-level oversized garage. Maybe not our brightest idea to come to this part of town. It is a very chaotic city, narrow streets, lots of pedestrians, motorcycles. I'm getting stressed out. Alicante may not be worth me losing my wits. By the way, this is the parking lot we were looking for here on the left. It says completo, which means full. Let's get out of here. Several stadiums in this area. I think it is called Ciudad Deportiva, Sports City. Here they have like a flea market. Our next destination, a small town in the mountains called Castalla. Here we are, Castalla. It is like a ghost town. Let me tell you, after the chaos of Alicante, this is a welcome respite. I can see why Ili's niece and her husband and their daughters, they like it here. Here's an área de autocaravanas, which, as we've seen in Spain, this can be like the lower tier of RV parks, and a lot of these small towns have them. Someone even dropped a trailer.
Well, this is actually super cool. Here, the town of Castalla has RV parking for up to 7 days. I think it's $3 a day or something like that. I don't know how they charge it, but they have power. They have somewhere to dump your tanks. I like it.
So I got this brilliant idea to go up to the castle, Castell de Castalla in Valenciano. This seems to be downtown. Not very lively, but nice. Up to the castle we go. Don't worry about not one, but 2 dead-end signs. You would think I would have better sense with the 6-meter van in a town barely designed for cars. Here we have 2 more dead-end signs, but who cares? Those are probably just suggestions, right? Or maybe it is a letter T, which stands for tourism. Well, the street keeps going, but it is stairs going down. We're gonna have to slowly back it up on this steep hill. The Ducato has hill assist, but still, you know hills and manual transmissions can be tricky. There's this wider area, and I thought maybe I could make a U-turn, but nope. There's not enough angle, and there's a precipice on the other side. I don't want to risk it. So down we go in reverse until we get to safety. Let's not do that again. Now that we've made it back down and we're safe, let's just go straight to Maggie and Duni's house. Even though we're early, I mean, they're still working, but we'll just wait outside. I don't want to drive anymore. A lot has happened in the past 19 hours or so. We had such a great time with the Sarmientos in Castalla. We went to this local family restaurant called El Vizcayo. Oh my god, that was the quintessential Spanish culinary experience on steroids. They have all these sausages and cured meats hanging on a clothesline, and they give you scissors, and you just choose and cut what you want to eat. And they have soup, main courses. It's like an all-you-can-eat and drink kind of deal. And the owner was hanging out, making jokes and stories. Unfortunately, later in the night, back at the house, Illy missed a step and had a pretty bad fall. Dislocated her shoulder, broke her lower lip, so we have to rush to a nearby hospital. We were there until way past midnight. Cost-wise, just a couple of €100, a bargain compared to what we're used to, but it really put a damper on things, with Illy on a sling and pain medication for the rest of the trip. Still, we're gonna try and make the best of it and enjoy as much as possible. There's no footage of any of that, because what happens in Castalla stays in Castalla. Anyway, we're arriving at the resort town of Benidorm. It was less than an hour drive, probably the largest seaside resort city in Spain. I mean, take a look at this place. Are we even still in Spain? This is called Sun Beach Camp Park. The young fellow actually found it very odd to see an American who spoke Spanish RVing in these parts.
Earlier today we made it to Benidorm. That's where we are, here on the Valencian coast. And yeah, let me tell you what happened. There's a beautiful RV park here, very quiet. Very perfect. And it goes to show. This is called Sun Beach. They don't call them RV parks here. It's called a caravan stop or whatever it's called. 12 euro a night. And if you want electric, it's 14 euro a night. And it's not like this is in the middle of nowhere. This is one of the most touristy towns in the whole Spain. You know, Benidorm, this is full of... And there's another RV park across the street there. Yeah.
I'm still a bit discombobulated and I feel bad leaving Ili by herself in the van, but she needs to rest, especially today. So I'm going to explore a little bit on my own for a couple of hours. First, I'm gonna go to the closest beach, which is Cala Finestrat. Just a 15-minute walk. And then we'll see. Maybe I can walk to the main beach.
And we've made it to the beach and it's getting cloudy now. This is called the Cala de Finestrat and it's the closest one to the RV park where we're staying at. So let's see, let's check it out.
The island is called Villa de Benidorm, in Valenciano, Benidorm Island.
Beautiful, beautiful cala, this small beach here, the first one that we see. I think I'm gonna walk to one of the other calas, the main part of the beach, and see what it looks like. And I mean, it's getting cloudy, so I may not get in the water after all. As I was saying, let's walk around a little bit. Oh, hello there.
Actually, I was going the wrong way. I'm gonna go this way instead. Here we get a glimpse at the main beaches, Poniente and Levante, west and east, basically, and all the skyscrapers. They probably get a great view from up there.
Amazing how suddenly the weather changed, but let me tell you, we're still gonna get a great view of, you know, the skyscraper-lined seashore very soon.
Ooh, check it out! What a fantastic view! Now we're down at sea level. Benidorm, by the way, has been dubbed the New York of the Mediterranean. And I can see why. Not many places have this high concentration of waterfront skyscrapers. The skyscraper, called Intempo, is the tallest building in Spain outside of Madrid and the tallest residential in the whole European Union.
We're getting a little bit of cloudiness combined with sunshine on and off. I don't think I'm gonna get in the water. It's getting cooler, actually. But I'm gonna try to go all the way up there. There seems to be a vista point, and then I'm going back to the RV. Hopefully tomorrow morning it'll be sunnier, and I might do it.
I keep going back and forth whether I want to get in the water, and that's going to be a climb, isn't it? But I'm willing to do it for the view. You see, now it is sunny and windy too. I might get in the water after all. I guess these high winds make the weather unpredictable. Let's check out Playa de Poniente.
Yeah, this water, very, very cold. I'm gonna go in like to my knees and that's it. Oh man. But at least I'm finally swimming in Benidorm. Not swimming, just wading in a little bit. Probably up until here, that's it. Yeah, I decided to come in. It got sunny again, so why not? Yeah. It's wonderful.
What can I say? I'm a beach bum, salt water. It is definitely one of my happy places.
Yeah, that's the viewpoint up there.
Let's do it. Let's see all this from a higher perspective.
Oh yes, super nice beach. I went into to a little over my waist. I didn't want to leave my stuff on the sand, being here by myself. So if the weather holds up tomorrow, I might stay one more night here. It's beautiful. We're almost there.
Wow, check that out. It is called Virgen del Mar, Virgin of the Sea.
Oh yeah, it is certainly a commanding view.
Dividing the two beaches, there's a peninsula with a vista point called Balcony of the Mediterranean. I doubt we're going to be able to make it there, but I've heard it is a great view as well. There it is, that's the balcony of the Mediterranean I was talking about.
Well, yeah, sometimes you have to come to a higher vantage point like this one. And as you can see, this is a commanding view of Benidorm from up here. Probably the best view. We hold the two calas, the Levante and Poniente Cala here. Now I'm gonna go back down and see if I can get in the water one more time.
I did get in the water for a few minutes, and now I'm going back.
Well, at some point in the trip, you have to try Burger King. Or should we do McDonald's instead?
You know me, I am more of a Burger King kind of guy.
What can I say? I was feeling homesick. Well, good morning. It is time to go. It's about 10 a.m. It's already getting pretty hot here in Benidorm. It was supposed to be cloudy. I guess it's supposed to get cloudy in the afternoon, although I've noticed that the weather forecast hasn't been all that accurate around here. I really like this RV park. Very nice. Nice views, close to the beach, quiet, very quiet. I think I prefer these smaller RV parks compared to the resort where we stayed a couple of days ago, you know? Now we're gonna empty our grate and our cassette toilet, and I think I'm gonna go over the thingy, but it is what it is. See, I'm gonna back it in. We got people from the Netherlands, we got people from France, Great Britain, all over Europe.
By the way, great showers at this place. The wet bath in Clunker is so uncomfortable. We've started using campground facilities a little more. I'm going to cruise around town a little bit so Ili can see some of what I saw. Let's take the coastal route for a little bit, and I still have this delusional idea. We might be able to find parallel parking on the street. Yeah, not a chance. Had we come early? Maybe. But not right now. Here's some lucky bastard found parking, but it is barely large enough for a European-sized sedan. By the way, Starship, back home, is just a hair shorter than Clunker. That's why it doesn't really feel all that large or long to me. You know, I think I can fit places where I don't. Everything is smaller here, including parking spaces. One final attempt to see the water, but no. Clunker has no business on these streets and small roundabouts. Let's continue towards another Valencian province, the one actually called Valencia. I see the sign, Valencia. Let's go that way. So cloudy all of a sudden. Anyway, today we're going to try what could be considered the Spanish equivalent to our Harvest host in North America. It is called España Discovery. But instead of an app, what you get is a physical book with maps and the names and addresses of all the businesses that will let you overnight in their parking lot in exchange for your business. We actually had the book shipped from Spain to Miami and brought it back with us. The best part is the book has QR codes that you can scan and you get like an interactive Google map with all of these places. And also one with spots where you can fill water, dump the tanks, that kind of thing. I have found that a lot more useful than the book. I think they should just develop an app and save a tree. Let's take a break. We're going to stop at a town called Cullera. Check it out, they have the name of the town written on the mountain. If all fails, we could always boondock here. Here we are, waterfront, hostel and restaurant El Cordobés.
If this works, this would be our first Harvest host in Spain. It's called España Discovery here.
Alright, let's go eat. They specialize in rice, paellas, and Mediterranean cuisine, so we're going to have a refreshing sangria and the mussels, which are in season.
I think these are the most delicious mussels I've ever had. And this alioli, I'm having high hopes for the paella.
Our lobster paella has arrived.
You think we liked it? Well, what can I say? That was one of the most delicious things I've ever had. Probably top of things we've had in Spain. Those mussels, just in season, I mean, delicious. And that paella was perfect. The bogavante, which is lobster, was a little, hard to eat because I'm not used to it. But yeah, and the setting, look at this view. Right in front of the Mediterranean Sea. I mean, and it is a harvest host. I mean, they don't call it harvest toast. Here it's called España Discovery, but it's the same concept. Well, we took a long nap after that paella. Too long a nap, perhaps. And now it is not sunny anymore. Still, it is not hot either, so I have a feeling it's going to be a good night's sleep. We'll probably go to sleep late. While Italy recovers, the best thing to do is just take it easy. Like as hikers say, take a 0 day and just relax. We're 1 day ahead of schedule. Tomorrow we're going into Valencia, and we might, tour Valencia a little bit. There's a lot to see and do in that city. It's supposed to be one of the greatest cities in Spain. But we already had the paella, so we canceled the reservation for the paella we had in Valencia because I doubt it could possibly be better than what we had today. El Cordobés. They are part of España Discovery, as I said, which is like their version of Harvest Hosts. And we can stay here overnight. Yeah, tomorrow will be another day. So great to be able to fall asleep to this. It might even be a little too loud.
Good morning. What a privilege to wake up to this. We had some neighbors last night, and now the journey continues. Again, this was such a great night. Now some coffee, and we hit the road.
Ready for departure.
Today the road will take us to Valencia as we start winding down our van life road trip in Spain. After much research, we found out most of the campgrounds are south of the city, at a beach town called El Saler, which is about 12 kilometers from the city center, not exactly walking distance, but close enough to be accessible by public transit, or ride-sharing, or even taxi. We decided to go for this one called Área Eco El Saler. After 2 weeks of van life in Spain, we have discovered this is our preferred type of campground. Now let's hope the weather cooperates.
Well, here we are. This is where we're staying. This is where we're staying. Very quiet RV park, almost empty, which is kind of the way I prefer them when it is like this. It's, I believe it is all powered by solar, so they only give you 4 amps, which at 240 volts is the equivalent of 8 amps for us, or almost like 900 watts. We don't have AC, we don't have coffee maker, we don't have anything, so should be enough. I just wanted to show you back here.
A Class A from the Netherlands. Let me tell you, these are some of the largest rigs we've seen here in Europe. I mean, take a look at this diesel pusher. It is huge. And that's the service area over there.
Yeah, this is a German one, but I don't know. I wouldn't want to drive a rig like that here in Europe, for sure. And this is the area where you would empty the gray and the cassette toilet back there. Very cool, very nice folks that run it so far. There's a bus stop across the street, so let's go into Valencia. And this is us, near the bathroom, near the entrance. Very cool.
Now we wait and wait. Definitely not as good a service as in Madrid. It is raining and we don't have an umbrella.
Today the weather does not want to cooperate. And we're in business. It took us some, searching and researching, but we found a small shop there, and they had paraguas, umbrellas. Well, this is where the bus left us. I believe this is called Puerta de la Mar, or the gates of the ocean, but in our case, it is the gate of the deluge. Let's go to the center. Oh, there it is, La Puerta de la Mar.
The weather is one of those things you can't control, so we'll roll with the punches. There's actually hope in the forecast.
Macrophilia. They're from Australia, these trees. Busy city. And I had such a great view of the cathedral, and now I don't. And there it is.
This is called the Fountain of the Ducks.
Plaza San Vicente.
So let's step into this church. It is open. As we've seen over the past couple of weeks, almost any random church in Spain is going to be beautiful. And this one is no exception. It is the Church of St. Thomas and St. Felipe Neri, a Baroque temple dating back to 1736. All that gold and details. And this is not even the cathedral. This is just a church we happened to stumble upon. One final look at the nave, and we continue. Where's the organ? I think it was by the front. We're walking towards Plaza de la Reina, the Queen Square, which is where the cathedral is located, And even though the rain is an inconvenience, the wet pavement does give the city a uniquely photogenic look. Next, we're gonna try a drink called horchata de chufa, very typical of Valencia, made from dried and sweetened tiger nuts. And this place, Horchateria Daniel, has been in business since 1949, and it comes highly recommended.
I'm gonna try our horchata for the first time. This is the traditional horchata.
The sweet breadstick is called a fartón.
I like it. Well, I don't know whether that was good or bad because I have nothing. I mean, I had horchata back in 1988 when I visited, but it's been a long time. I don't really remember what it tasted like, but this one tasted light, so it may not be the best one. Let's check out the cathedral.
Yeah, I recall it being a little thicker, but who knows?
Oh, right on time, right on cue.
This mostly Gothic cathedral was built between the 13th and 15th centuries. Not surprisingly, at the site of a former mosque, and before that, a Visigoth temple. I'm starting to see a pattern here. It is €9 to visit the cathedral and €2.50 to climb up to the campanario, the bell tower. It is called Miguelete. We're going to do the latter in order to get a bird's eye view of the city.
Well, I opted not to go into the cathedral, but to do the tower. It's only €2.50.
We've got some pretty good views along the way through these windows. Yeah, let's continue. I wonder what that is. I can't really tell.
That was a climb.
Those interesting structures in the distance? Well, that's the City of Arts and Sciences. We will visit later today, weather permitting. There's the plaza down there. Everything is wet. Interesting fountain, the main character actually symbolizing the Turia River, which used to run through the center of the city but was diverted to prevent flooding. It is starting to rain a little harder once again.
Well, certainly a commanding view, but it's starting to rain again, so we're gonna head back down.
Where's the exit now? I'm lost. It turns out we have to wait in the rain for the green light. The stairs are one way only. I'm so glad I bought that umbrella. Ella, It is time. Come to think of it, we probably should have visited the interior of the cathedral as well, but to be honest, I was more interested in the view. Let's continue. It looks like the weather might be improving.
Let's keep going. Well, this cow has been a recurring theme in our trip here, so check it out. With an umbrella. Check it out. Mojito ice cream. Gotta love the presentation.
It does really make you want to grab a scoop, right? Or two.
Authentic paella valenciana. This may have been the better one, but here we are.
That tower we just saw, as I was mentioning the paella, belongs to this church, Santa Caterina. It seems to be closed.
Well, apparently 1 p.m. mass is going on right now, so we're gonna have to come back. Maybe I should get a hat. Sombreros Alberto, since 1820. Everything here has been here for over 100 years. Plaza Redonda.
Plaza Redonda here dates back to 1840. Redona being the Valencian word for round. Makes sense. Valencian, Catalan, is a peculiar language. It is, for the most part, understandable by Spanish speakers. Some of it sounds kind of Italian, some of it sounds more similar to French.
Agua de Valencia. We have to try that before we go.
We're gonna keep on walking, finally getting away from the main plaza. And that's mostly what we're gonna do today. Walk, get the vibe of the city, see what lurks behind every corner. In other words, we're lost.
We are a little disoriented here.
How come we ended up back at the plaza?
If it feels like we're going around in circles, that's because it is true. We're kind of disoriented, but I'm confident that we're going in the right direction now.
We do have a plan, several points of interest. We've done a little bit of research, but not nearly enough. I mean, it's been a long trip, and this is our last city in Spain. Well, we're going back to Madrid after this, but we've already been there. This is the famous Mercat Central, Central Market, one of the biggest of its kind in Europe. Some even claim the largest fresh food market in the entire continent. Built between 1914 and 1928. We actually want to try this place called Central Bar, run by Valencia's most famous chef. He even has a Michelin restaurant, so we gotta try it.
Yeah. That is the good stuff. Crema de horchata.
Maybe back in 1988 what I had here was the crema de horchata. Because if I recall, it did seem thicker compared to what we had earlier today.
Yeah, that's the good stuff.
Ooh, here we have Mexican products. It would be so great to live near a market like this. I mean, it is very busy though. There is a very long line for Central Bar here, so I don't think we're going to do it. All these famous places are almost impossible. Oh, lomo de bellota, 100% Iberico. That's my favorite. It is kind of pricey, even here, but it literally melts in your mouth. Alright, let's look for something else to eat, somewhere else.
I was really looking forward to that Central Bar here at the Mercat Central, but too much of a line, and you know me and lines. And I'm thinking all these places are going to be very touristy, so we're going to continue. I want to try something called Agua de Valencia, literally Valencian water. It's a cocktail that was invented here, so let's do it.
This large open area is called Plaza del Ayuntamiento, City Hall Square. It feels like a big city square, very grand, like something you would find at a capital, like Madrid. Well, this is the Valencian capital after all. Such great architecture. This would be the Valencia City Hall, the seat of the local government. The building with the tower, the Palace of Communications.
Edificio generale. Correos y telégrafos. La banca.
Now that we've walked all the way around the square, let's look for that Valencian water.
Café Madrid.
This is it. We get some olives to nibble on, as you do. And here it is. We're having our Agua de Valencia, which is supposed to be a mix of orange juice, cava, gin, vodka, and sugar. I guess a close cousin to the screwdriver.
It was invented here. Oh yeah, Agua de Valencia seems to be a local drink, and that place, Café Madrid, that's allegedly where they invented it. Now we're going to another place, hopefully they're still open by the time we get there. Otherwise, we'll just eat at the first place we find, which is what we usually do, right?
The market is now closed, and for some reason, Google wants me to go through the middle of the market. We must go around.
Well, I guess folks here in Valencia, they take that siesta seriously. The Mercat Central, they just closed. I think for a couple hours, and then they reopen. It's a foreign concept, but for us, but you know, I guess here it's a common thing. Amazing. I mean, the restaurants are still open, but I think the kitchens are about to close in all of them. So if we can't eat, we have some food in the RV.
We obviously did some research for Valencia, but it's been 3 weeks since we did that research back in Miami. 3 action-packed weeks. So we've forgotten some of the nuances, the intricacies of that research, like the fact that everything is closed at this time of the day. We are no longer in the touristy area, and it is like a ghost town out here. I have a bunch of stuff marked on my map, one of which is this restaurant called Nuevo Oslo. It is supposed to be open, so we're just gonna walk that way.
El Nuevo Oslo.
We got the day's specials.
Some free stuff, and I got the, what is it? Guisado de costillas.
Meatballs and some kind of fish.
Oh, gracias. Very good stew. Yep. Something tells me we should have come to this place for like breakfast, but Smoscaret is like their early lunch kind of thing. But yeah, I saw this place on a YouTube video somewhere, and that's where we came, and it was good. At least it was of the tourist the tourist track for sure.
It is actually pronounced Esmorzaret, and it is supposed to be like a post-breakfast meal, not quite lunch. and it usually consists of a sandwich, so we did it totally wrong.
Very tempting.
Yeah, Argentine empanadas are really good.
Brutal.
I could use some coffee now. Needless to say, of all of these cities we've visited, except for Madrid maybe, they definitely deserved a little more time. A lot more time perhaps. As we start unwinding this trip, I reflect on what we've done, and whoops, I did it again. We rush through things, as we usually do. It has certainly been a sample of Spanish culture, and this is just the south. Coming up, the Court Towers, built in the 15th century as part of the original city walls. The bullet holes are from a French siege of the city back in 1808. The tower was also a military prison until as recently as 1932. Very cool to see, here, in the middle of the city.
Well, apparently, it dates back to the 1400s, and it was part of the city walls, of the Valencian city walls. Now I don't know where to go.
These are very nice gardens here. It would seem Don Quixote is carrying a bust of Cervantes. I don't know.
Well, this is the park that goes all around the city.
We are now down by these gardens located where the Turia River used to flow before it got diverted south.
Waiting for the bus.
We've been through here before, but now we've got blue skies.
Well, this area we're at right now is called the City of Arts and Sciences. All these, unique architecture buildings that we're gonna check out. Palace of Arts, Les Arts. It's the Opera House.
Very cool looking performing arts center here. One of several buildings with this futuristic architecture by Santiago Calatrava, who was born here in Valencia. He is known for these types of designs, and there is more coming up ahead. I feel this one may have a little bit of Gaudí influence, with some of these surfaces being like mosaics, plain white. This one is one of the newer structures here, built in 2005. Here we have some modern art. Don't really know what it's called. Hemispheric, another Calatrava work. It is supposed to represent a human eye. It houses a huge IMAX theater, a planetarium, and a laser show, and supposedly has excellent acoustics. This one on the right is called Lumbracle, and it is a botanical garden with plants indigenous to Valencia. Next structure is a science museum, meant to resemble a whale skeleton. It is another Calatrava work, of course. And here's looking back towards the Opera House. There's going to be a concert here tonight. We later found out it was New Yorker singer Mark Anthony.
Yeah, definitely a concert going on here today.
This is Pont la Sut de l'Or, Valencian for the Dam of Gold Bridge. This one is called Agora, and it's basically an arena. The sphere behind it is an aviary, part of the aquarium. And yeah, that's all. We're tired. We're taking an Uber back. Well, good morning. It is time to go.
Away we go. That guy waiting for us was kind of in a hurry. I don't know what's... We've got mosquitoes inside the van. We're going to try and park near Valencia, maybe, just explore another part of town, and then we're slowly... first we're going to the area where the solar eclipse is going to happen in 2 years, and then we're slowly making our way towards Madrid.
I think all we're really gonna do is park at the area we were originally thinking of parking at, instead of the RV park. It would have been urban boondocking, stealth camping. Well, perhaps not so stealth with this van. And that's where the paella restaurant is, the one we wanted to try. We even had a reservation for it. Here we are, by the beach. We must be getting close. I see some RVs and camper vans, so this must be it.
Here's the area where we want to park originally, and as you can see, there are a lot of RVs, caravans in that parking lot, because we wanted to eat at Casa Carmela, which is right there. They're famous for their paella. But we changed our mind. It's a very nice beach area here, which would have been walking distance, right across from the RV.
I believe this beach is officially called Playa de la Malvarrosa, and it seems very nice.
We've got some buildings there in the distance.
And there we are.
Right there.
Here's looking south. And here we have the police.
Lots of caravans, lots of RVs in this area.
Very cool, very centrally located, not to mention free. But I like it better where we stayed at. We're gonna go all the way to Alcocebre, or Alcalá de Xivert, just to see what it looks like, how mountainous it is. Because the solar eclipse is going to happen late in the day here, and it would really suck if the sun was behind the mountain. It is early days still. More research will definitely go into this. Here's our exit. Very cute little town here, but there are many mountains in the direction the sun is going to be, west. So I think this is as far as we're gonna go. There's the sign, Alcalá de Cibert. There's supposed to be camping in this town, but I exited the traffic circle at the wrong street, and now we're going deeper into town. I was supposed to make a right here, but it says clearance 270. We are 275, so no can do. Let's make a left instead. These narrow streets were made before campervans were invented. I barely have enough angle to turn. Whew, we made it. Okay, so this is the town's parking lot. We could definitely overnight here if needed. Tell you what, I've seen enough. Let's go to Madrid, which means we have to backtrack almost all the way to Valencia before going inland. I have no idea where we're going to stay. I mean, we might try another España discovery site. We're not supposed to return the campervan until the day after tomorrow. I know, curiosity got the best of me. Let's explore the coast a little more. Camping Rivermar seems nice. And here we have a sculpture called the Horn. We're going to hug the coast a little, going towards Castellón de la Plana, although there's no view of the sea. Not here, anyway. It seems nice. The beach lined up with high-rise condos. They even have a water park. Who knew? And all the roundabouts have these huge sculptures. By the way, we're less than 3 hours from Barcelona here, if we wanted to go that way. We're going to save Barcelona for a different trip. Ooh, check this out. Nice beach town. It's starting to rain, so let's take a quick break. Maybe not so quick.
We took a fairly long break here at this town called Benicassim, it's been raining a lot. And now we're gonna try another España discovery site. It's a winery. There are several wineries in this area, about 2.5 hours away. Actually 2 hours away. We might have lunch somewhere along the way because I don't think they have food. It's only like wine.
This looks like a nice rest area. More like a service plaza, actually. We're going to stop and have lunch.
Alright, we're stopped here at this service plaza called El Plano. So let's see what a service plaza looks like on the highways of Spain. Of Valencia, actually. Of the Comunitat de Valencia. Comunidad Valenciana.
They have a pretty good selection, like real food.
We're having alubias. blood sausage, regular chorizo sausage. Seems pretty good.
All that with a view.
Yeah, that was a good experience. That was one of the last things I wanted to experience here on the Spanish highways. And as you see, the restaurant is like this bridge over the highway. And it's not fast food, it's like actual food, like I almost felt like sampling one of each because it all seemed really good.
They even have paella, I guess.
Oh, it is raining once again. Oh yeah, this is the caravan parking. And back home, it would be unthinkable to tow a travel trailer with a passenger vehicle. Small passenger vehicle, like a small SUV, but I guess they make them much lighter here. Anyway, we have a little over an hour to go to our España discovery number 2.
All the great weather we had at the beginning of this trip, well, it's been less than ideal, that's for sure. All of a sudden, a glimmer of hope, blue skies. Going over the pass, it looks like a totally different day. And it looks like we might have great weather for the rest of our time here. Ooh, beautiful country here. Yes, I'm glad we got off the highway and decided to look for this winery. There are several, actually. Here we enter a town called Los Marcos. Here we exit a town called Los Marcos. If you blinked by any chance, you missed it. And the winery is supposed to be right here, Bodegas Proexa. I don't see a sign or anywhere to park. Let's go back. Maybe it is through here. I mean, it doesn't look like a business that is open to the public. I don't know what to do. It looks like a working winery, just not one open to the public. Oh well, let's go somewhere else. There's another winery close by. Let's see if it is open. Much better. Bodegas Nodus. This one even has a hotel. By the way, bodega is the Spanish word for winery. And very nice. They even have EV chargers. I went by the office and indeed we can overnight here, but there's not a whole lot going on, so I think we're gonna keep going.
Well, this one is open, now we know it exists, but we're gonna continue towards Madrid. I mean, it's kind of early and we can still do another 2 hours and get closer. Maybe tomorrow we can explore some places around Madrid. I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, I don't feel...
What can I say? Apple is clearly on a mission to catch up with AI. A lot of these features...
Boss, thank you very much. I don't feel like, stopping this early in the day. Let's continue.
I see some menacing clouds on the horizon. We may not be out of it yet. We're arriving at a town called Motilla del Palancar in the Cuenca province, in the Castilla-La Mancha Autonomous Community. There's supposed to be an área de autocaravanas somewhere around here, and it is all flooded. Oh, I think this is it. Could it be? It is going to be a site with a view of a mural. Well, good morning. We've got a sunrise. This is our penultimate night in the campervan, and this place really filled up last night.
Good morning. I'm gonna say something good about Clunker here. It's motorized. So on a chilly morning like today, our first chilly morning since we've been in Spain, really it was like 50 degrees. Not that chilly, but after all these days of intense heat, it's nice not having to get out of the house to come into the car. It's just one big thing. Where's my key? And it's not been without challenges, but I think now we can say we've survived almost 3 weeks RVing in Spain. Biggest challenge was 11 degrees Celsius according to the car here. It was probably at the beginning the heat, because it's been hot, and we are no strangers to heat. We're from South Florida, but in South Florida, everywhere we have something, great invention called air conditioner. And this thing has air conditioner in the cabin here, but not in the house. And we couldn't idle a diesel engine, all night long if we wanted to stay warm. I mean, cool, but so. And besides that, let's enjoy one last day. We're going to an area in the outskirts of Madrid. So we're about 3 hours away. And then tomorrow morning we return the Clunker. Let's hit the road, and I have some more thoughts about, conclusions about RVing in Spain, what we've liked and what we haven't liked. And we'll be talking about those throughout the trip.
This truck is going so slow. I've been trying to pass him for ages. Vista Point, let's stop. It's a dam. It is called the Alarcón Dam. There's that truck. I'm gonna have to pass him again.
Which, by the way, these scenic lookouts are not as common on the Spanish highways. Not as common as we're used to them. We've been to the most scenic places, and that's not good. There's smoke coming out of the car in the front, maybe because of the cold weather. We're not running hot or anything like that. Anyway, but the Ducato. The first time I drove a Ducato was in 2018, and I was coming from old Kia, so I thought it was like a super cool, vehicle, and it still is. It's fun to drive, but where you put the, I guess we're spoiled. We've gotten so used to having Android Auto or CarPlay and all the modern amenities And this thing where you have to put the phone is kind of far away from you, so that's. And it's noisy. The cabin is very noisy, so it's hard to listen to podcasts or listen to music. But other than that, I mean, at 6 meters long, it's still a little large to park it anywhere. But it's not bad. We've been able to park almost everywhere we've wanted to, just not parallel park on the side of the street, you know. For that you need a 5-footer. I mean 5 meter long brake. And I was gonna say something else, but I forgot. So it looks like it's gonna be a scenic drive. About the language and the iconography. I mean, we speak the same language as, you know, it's Latin America. Spanish is generally, but it's a whole totally different dialect. Or maybe we are the ones speaking the dialect in Latin America. I mean, they invented the language here, right? Just it evolved differently. But my point is, there are certain words that are different, like I think vertical clearance is called galibo or something like that. I've never heard of that word before. The shoulder is called arsène. I mean, you see the words of the highway signs and I'm like, I wonder what arsène is, that kind of thing. And little words here and there that have different meanings, but for the most part, we've been able to communicate with everybody, no problem. You know, it's the same language, but certain words are different. Which has been a challenge sometimes, but most of the time it's fine. Yep, we fit.
Let's have some breakfast.
This is serrano ham and omelette and a sandwich. Well, what can I say? I really like these rest stops with cafeterias on the Spanish highways. Well, we're still about an hour from Madrid, but our destination is kind of on the other side of Madrid. That's where we're going to see one more thing on the Spanish highways.
I hope you have enjoyed our epic campervan road trip in Spain. We certainly did. Until the next one, thank you so much for watching, and see you on the road.
Riding in my